beyond me, oh. You look past my sin, my guilt, my shame, and poured your love. You look beyond me, oh. You look beyond me, oh. And I'm the one that you have shown mercy. You have shown me mercy. You have shown me mercy. I am the one that you have shown mercy. You have shown me mercy, God. You have shown me mercy. Yes, you have dressed me in your righteousness alone. You look past my sin, my shame, my guilt. You poured your love. You look beyond me, oh. You look beyond me, oh. You saw my shame and my flaws. Yes, you poured your love on me, God. You look beyond me, oh. You look beyond me. You have shown mercy. You have shown me mercy. You have shown me mercy. I am the one that you have shown mercy. You have shown me mercy, God. You have shown me mercy. Look past my sin. Look past my sin, my youth, my shame. You look beyond me, oh.
Hello. Please, if you're here for this media training, I will plead your diligence to please come inside, please. Please, if you're here for this media training, I want to beg you, please, can you come inside the hall, please? Please. We are starting soon. Please. Thank you, DJ.
them tell you, say you can never be the one. But God say, make I tell you, say now you him choose in 1 month, in 1 week. You will sing a new song in 2 days, a lesser than you will hear. Congratulations, you're in the glory of God. Congratulations, He has done it for you, and you will come back with a new song to sing. God is good. Yes, you will come again with a new song of praise. God is good. Oh.
Another hits jam from WebLoaded.com.
Boy, come down, I young, I won't give up. Boy, come down.
I want to beg us, please, if you're here for the media training, please can you come inside? We're about to start. Please. 1 2 1 2. One, two. 1 2 1 2. All right. 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 and 4. All right, good morning to us all. Hello, good morning. I can hear that loud. Hello, good morning. I know you're happy to be here. I want to welcome you once again to the second day of the media training, the 10th edition of our media training. Please, can you join your hands together as we call on the very Reverend Ambassador PC Okiyi, Assistant Chaplain, Vision of God Radio, for an opening prayer. Thank you.
Shall we rise to pray? Our Heavenly Father, we thank you. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for the privileges that you've made available through your grace. We are thanking you for all that you have done and all that you are about to do even today. Father, we are committing the instructors, the lecturers, and everyone, even those who are still on their way. We pray, mighty and ever-living God, that you grant us your peace today. And Father, we will not forget to ask for clement weather. Let the weather be still, and let your name be glory. Thank you, Heavenly Father. For as we begin, you begin with us. And by the time we end, you still be with us. This is our prayer through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Please can you join your hands together for him, please? That is too dull. Can you please join your hands together for him? All right, there's a chaplain, assistant chaplain, Vision Africa Radio, very Reverend Ambassador Phils Oking. Please, can we welcome Jane Onoha, the communication liaison? If your hands are not busy, please jam your hands together for her. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. How are you all doing today? Good, good. Good morning to anyone watching online. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. We are so excited to see you here today for day 2 of the 10th edition of Vision Africa's Media Institute. My name is Jane Onoha. I'm the communications liaison here at Vision Africa International. I just have 3 quick announcements again before we start everything that has to be done today. So the first thing, the breaks won't be too long today. So whenever we reach the end of a session, we'll just have a quick break. You can stand up, stretch, sit back down. We'll be continuing so we can use the time wisely. The second thing, if you have any questions and you're watching online, don't forget to put those questions in the Zoom chat or any of the chat box in which you're watching, and we'll try to incorporate those questions into our Q&A. And if you're here with us in person and you have questions, write them down sooner rather than later. You can get it to me or another Vision Africa staff, and we'll try to incorporate it in the Q&A. Lastly, I know you saw yesterday during the breaks on the lovely screen, they were showing different singers and performers from our past icon competition. And if you're interested in this competition, you want to compete, you know someone who wants to compete, or maybe you're just interested in what it is, you can talk to J.I., the man that was just standing here, or the very Reverend Okei, and he will give you more information as to what exactly Icons is and how you can get involved. So we're at day 2, and I'm very excited to be at day 2 because day 1 was all about setting the foundation. People came and told us, gave us presentations, lectures about setting the foundation. What is a story? Connecting with our audience, all the foundational things we need as information bearers. Now today, we'll learn some technical skills and further our knowledge as to how to go about these things. Photo editing, video editing, it goes on and on. Our first presentation today is coming from someone you heard from yesterday. The title is Content Strategy, Connecting to the Community. Make no mistake, content is still king. What kind of content best connects to audiences? What are some practical content strategies that can be developed over a variety of different platforms to reach different audiences? All these questions will be answered as you put your hands together for Dr. Chuck Pollock.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me in the back? Can you hear me clear? Can you hear me well? It is so incredibly good to be with you this morning. Is that better? Okay. Yesterday, as Jane had mentioned, we were setting the foundation for what's going to happen today. Now, the question is, who is the most important person in broadcasting or in media? Who is the most important person? Me? Who? The audience. Correct. Let's give her a hand. Exactly. The audience. They are the end user, if you will, of whether it be radio, television, film, or your internet project. They're the end user. So these things are extremely important. They're the ones that we need to know about, and we need to... I can get rid of this, can't I? Let me get my notes. There we are. Content strategy. Okay, so how do we reach these people? We may have a radio station. We may have a television station. We may be online. But what type of content do we create in order to capture the audience? In other words, whatever we do, we need to reach out and we need to hold them. It's one thing to get the audience, right? It's another thing to hold the audience. You want people to listen to you, you want people to watch you, but you want also for people to be there the next time. May I ask you to start the clock, please? Are you ready? Oh, no. Are you ready? Yeah. Are you ready? Yeah. Are you ready to rumble? Yeah. Okay. Great. Okay, so let's talk about content. Now, these are in general terms because later on, Jeff is going to be coming up and he's going to be sharing more about production. So will Stan. And so let's go from there. Connecting to community. How do you put together, or what do you do to put together something to grab the audience and to hold them? Now, okay, let me see if I can do this right here. No. Okay, I'm going to continue. The house of faith. Now, it depends on who you are. It depends on what you want to do. It depends on what your vision is. It depends on what you want to accomplish. In this case, it may be a house of faith. It may be a church where you are a house of faith, and depending upon what the tenets of your faith is, that's what you want. You want to accomplish that. Now, you may be a business. If you're a business, you have a goal in mind. Now, that may be to get people to come into your shop. It may be to get people to actually physically get out of their chair and come to a particular store. Or, nowadays, it may be for you to go and get people to pick up their phone and order something, like Amazon or one of the other houses where you would buy stuff. Now, if it is a house of faith, chances are they've already heard the message. They already know. But yet, it is important to reinforce the message. To reinforce it over and over again so that people understand and can grow in their faith. If it's a commercial, then you want to reinforce the message that you have, the very reason why you exist, so that they remember. So it's reinforcement of the message. Spiritual growth. If it's a house of faith, that's what you actually get, and it's called discipleship, where people hear it, they learn from it, and as you're programming for that, you can bring in different techniques in order to help people grow in their faith. If it's a commercial, then you want them to know more and more about what they will have if they buy the product. Does that make sense? Okay, let's keep going. Or you want to mobilize people. Again, you want them to get out of their chair. You want them to move them some. Now, one measure of a radio station, one measure of a television station, and for that matter, a measure oftentimes of an internet work is if you can actually move people from one place to another. You know, for example, if I announce a concert, or if I announce that something's going to be happening in a community, if I can get them to move, then that indicates the power of my message and the power of my ability to move people. Now, with the internet, have you ever heard of a flash mob? Anyone? A flash mob? Well, a flash mob can be good and it could be bad. But that's neither here nor there. The most important thing is that it moves people. Someone can get online and say, everyone, meet me at the middle of Umuahia. And we're going to sing the national anthem and then go away at a particular time. At that time, hundreds of people gather to just sing the national anthem of Nigeria in the town center. Now, what does that do? It demonstrates the power of the medium to move people. Now, thank you. Now, we are always talking about the target audience. There is a saying that if you try to reach everyone, you will end up reaching no one. Let me say that again. If you try to reach everyone in the entire sphere of the internet or in your area through radio or television, if you try to reach everyone, you'll end up reaching no one. Why? Because we're different, aren't we? Especially in radio, if I'm playing rock and roll, or if I'm playing some type of music that other people, they have different tastes. And so if all I do is play that type of music, then we're going to walk away, aren't we? One thing that we have in today's communication world and media world is it's easier and easier for people to turn you off. People can just reach along and turn you off, or at the very, very least, just tap and you're gone. So putting a lot of pre-production work into what you're going to be doing is so very important to give it good, solid understanding. So we need to know our target audience. We need to know what they like, what they don't like. We need to know whether they're male or female, what their concerns are. We may want to provoke them to thought. Now, provoke, how many of you know what the word provoke means? To provoke someone. Anybody? Well, basically, you want to spur them in a certain way. Now, it can be very positive, or it can be very negative. Now, provoke, the actual word means to poke someone. To poke someone. And to get them to actually respond to it. Now, in Scripture it says that we're to provoke each other to love and good deeds. Now, what does that mean? Well, we're to challenge each other. To provoke them to action. And that, no matter what communication it is, no matter what electronic communication it is, our job is to provoke people. But provoke them first to thought. See, if you want to persuade someone, if you want to change their minds, and that's just not in the political realm, that's if they're using Ajax soap suds, right, or soap flakes, or soap, and you want them to buy Chuck's soap, then you need to provoke them to think about what they're doing right now and see if you can get them to change their mind and buy Chuck's soap, not soup. And the good thing about what we do, is we can speak to people and sometimes remain anonymous. So what is your strategy? If you want to reach people, there are two basic ways to reach people, and one is a long-term solution or strategy, or a short-term strategy. Now, in terms of a long-term strategy, you're reaching out to someone who knows absolutely nothing about what you are offering, whether it's a thought, whether it is something to buy. You're reaching out to them and introducing the idea through, and you're trying to provoke them to think. You see, if you can get people to think and question their own closely held beliefs just a little bit, then over time they can change their opinion. That's one of the wonderful and, well, it's good and bad, but it's a wonderful thing that media can do. We provoke people to think, and over time they change their minds and begin to agree with you. So it could be what I call pre-knowledge. It could be entertainment education. Now, what do I mean by that? In other words, there are messages that are put in dramas, that are put in commercials, whether they be long form, whether it be half hour long, an hour long, or even a movie. And there are messages within that script that show in a good light the very concept that you want to convince people of. So, for example, in some instances, entertainment education means that I can change a country, I can change a nation, I can change a village, or I can change a state by a very strong strategy of telling stories. And that's what we've been talking about, stories. We all love stories. That's how we operate, don't we? One of the very first things we do in the morning is we say, how did you sleep last night? Tell me about your sleep, right? How are you? Well, sometimes we want an answer to that, sometimes we don't. But in a sense, we are asking for a story. When we are children, when we go to bed, we want a story. We want a story. God created us in that way to understand and to acquire knowledge and to learn what is acceptable and what is not by the stories that we hear when we're young, all the way through until the day that we die. We want stories. So what's the story? There was an example in Chile. A lot of poverty. There was, I'll quickly say this, is that there is in the country of Chile, great amount of poverty. What they did was over a number of weeks, in fact, it was months, it was 8 months, where they told a story about a very poor person who came down from the mountains to the city of Lima and told a story about how, and described her life very, very well, and that she had gotten a job and she was victimized in that job. And she was then out on the street in Lima. But they told a story about her meeting someone and eventually going to school to learn how to be a seamstress. And through now this was a Monday through Friday soap opera. And so they about her sewing things and being very creative in what she did. And eventually, people really loved what she did. And through a number of months, they demonstrated how she made it. She became one of the dress designers, the best dress designers in the city of Lima. That was step by step. Now, how did that affect Lima? How did that affect Peru? Sorry, it wasn't Chile, it was Peru. The number of people who went to learn how to be a seamstress went up 500% in 1 year. The sales of sewing machines went up 1,000%. So this moves people. This is an area called media effects, where you're able to move people and change their minds, hopefully in very pro-social areas. That's long-term. That's a long-term approach. With a shorter-term approach, you're wanting to give attention very quickly. That can be in 60 seconds, 30 seconds. It can even be 15 seconds, but done over time, in very important times, different time periods, when people are listening to the radio or watching TV, where it is constant over time. At the end of the day, you can chip away at their closely held beliefs and begin to replace that with the ideas that you have that would benefit them. Now, again, this can be for good or for bad. Now, it's important that we go where they are. You want to gain the audience and you want to hold them, right? You want the audience, you want to hold them. You want to, again, you've already looked into their interests, their needs, and you go where they are. Now, what do we mean by go where they are? Well, they may be on social media, they may be on radio, they may be listening to a format of radio that you don't appreciate. It may be a TV show that you don't appreciate. But you need to go where they are. That's the audience. That's your target audience. You need to go where they are. They won't necessarily come to you. You need to go where they are and appeal to them on that level. It could be Facebook. In terms of internet, it could be Facebook. It could be YouTube, Tumblr. It could be blogs, Instagram, Twitter. How many of you use any one of those things? How many of you are on Facebook? I know some of you are my Facebook friends. All right, how many of you are on Instagram? Wow, even more. Okay, anybody on Tumblr? No, I don't think so. It could be a blog, again, Instagram or Twitter. Now, what can you do? I told you about spots. Spots could be 30 seconds or 60 seconds or 90 seconds. Now, why is this important? Well, especially in radio, if it's only 30 seconds or 30 seconds or even 90 seconds, the audience will stay with you if they're listening to the music that they like. In other words, there's inertia that we talked about yesterday. There's an inertia as people are listening or watching their favorite show, and it will drag them through that program, right through the spots that you have prepared. They won't leave. They won't turn off. They won't turn off the radio station. They won't turn off the TV station. They won't leave the internet if you do those programs or those spots creatively, formed for that particular audience. They're easily placed in radio, secular radio, Christian radio, faith-based radio. Short programs, it could be 2 minutes to 5 minutes. One of the most popular formats is radio dramas. If you've never heard of radio drama, it's a wonderful thing. Because it tells a story, and yes, you don't have video, but actually the greatest producer, the greatest director that you can have in that type of production is the audience member, him or herself. Why? You don't have any visuals, and so what do you have? All you have is voice, and what's there, sound effects and music. That's it. And you, as an audio producer, you paint the picture in a person's mind. I like to say that with radio drama, when radio drama, the lighting turns out perfect every time. The person is always a good-looking person, or the person is ugly, or whatever, because the end user, him or herself, is conjuring up these images and helping you as a co-producer, if you will, in this. You can develop a theme over time. It can be a 15 or 25-minute program if you have a teaching program, for example, or if you want to produce what's called a documentary. You've seen those on TV, I'm sure. But if you feel that something is really important, if you want to be a voice for the voiceless, if you want to move your society, one of the best ways to do that is through documentaries. And let the issues, let the reality speak for itself. I am almost out of time. My last point. Are you with me? Are you with me? Oh, good. Okay, great. Okay, hear me on this. This is really important. In the years that I've spent in broadcasting, in media, these I've found to be true. You need, if you're a producer, if you're producing radio, television, film, or even on the internet, you need to deliver your product with a consistency. In other words, you have to be good. You have to do it really well, and you have to do it well each time. Because once you don't produce a good program, chances are you won't get another chance for a while. So deliver consistently, but not predictably. In other words, if your audience member can predict what's coming next, it's not really good. That's predictable. And predictable can be boring. And the last thing you want to do to an audience is bore each. I'm not boring you, am I? I'm not boring you, am I? Okay. Okay. You have to decide what you want to do. You have to decide on your mission statement. A mission statement says this is what you're going to be doing, and this is the reason why you're doing it. This is the message that you want to get through in all these different ways. And you're going to stick with that. And everything that you do, whether it be sound, video, lighting, everything, all of that lines up with your mission statement. If it's not, then you can be wasting your time. So stick with exactly what you want to do. That's your mission statement. It will guide your operations and your philosophy of why you're doing it. Identify constantly. Identify constantly. As you're a producer, one of the things that are very important is letting people know what you do and how you do it. This is if you're a business person. If you are a producer, let people know what you're doing. Give them a taste of what you're doing. I know that some wonderful entrepreneurs is Jeff and Maddie. Jeff and Maddie are entrepreneurs, and they pepper what they say with what they do because they love it. And oftentimes, if you're doing something you love, it gets into what you're saying. You hearken back to exactly what you do, and that's very important. And that's how the word gets across. There are a number of different ways to become known, but the quality of your work will speak for itself, and so much business comes from word of mouth, people telling other people. So identify constantly and come up with a diversified, integrated media plan. Okay, embrace generosity. Now these are blessings. These are things that is really important as a business person, as an entrepreneur, is to embrace generosity. Yes, you want your business to grow, but I promise you, you embrace generosity as you do things to benefit your nation, as you do things to benefit your country and to your cause, and do it freely. You will find that that's going to come back to you. You're going to have people that will take note of that, and that will speak very well of your character. And when I hire a producer, one of the things I look for is good character, knowing that they're going to get it done, they're going to communicate well. Establish international partnerships. In other words, get contacts outside of the country, or even in Lagos in some of the production houses. One of the places that you may want to gain contact would be like someone like the Global News Alliance, Stan Jeter. He's a great person to get to know. He knows everyone. He knows everyone. It's a great person to know. And you might want to share your vision with him and people like him. And they may not be able to help you, but they may know someone who can. Be where the decisions are made. Be where the decisions are made. What does that mean? There are professional organizations that basically, because of the opinions that come from those meetings, it changes the industry of where things are going. And if you want to be a mover and shaker in this industry, and do you want to be a mover and shaker? Do you? Really? You want to be successful. So, meet with other people who have the same vision, the same thing that you love to do. And oftentimes that can be an association. It can be something like the Broadcast Educators Association, or it can be the National Association of Broadcasters. There are others here I know that I'm just finding out about, but gather together with people of that have the same ideas. Yes, you are competition, but you have the same problems, trials and tribulations. You can share that, and you can help one another, and collaborate on some productions. And finally, love God with all of your heart. Love God with all of your heart. Serve Him in whatever you do, because that's where success will come. And be fearless. Be fearless. Don't be afraid to try something. Don't be afraid of failure. Most of the time we learn more from failure than we do from success. Can I say that again? We learn more from failure than we do from success. And here's the thing. As you do this, as you produce and produce and produce and produce, and it doesn't seem to work, you can hone your skills, you can sharpen them, until finally you hit exactly the right formula, and it succeeds. So be fearless. There are very few things in life in this area of production that you can do to really break something. So try a lot. So what do you do with the content? Share some of the things that I've shared with you. Do good work. Be fearless. I want to see your stuff out there in the internet. I want to hear your stuff in radio. I want to see it on television. And I want to say, I knew that producer or that director well. God bless you, and thank you very much.
Learning more from failure than you do from winning. I think that was a very good point. I also liked what he said about being consistent but not being predictable. So these things can apply to media personnel and non-media personnel, and I hope you all are taking notes. Next on the agenda is the topic content strategy, how to choose what to use. This is from the KCBI Assistant General Manager 90.9 in Dallas, Texas, Miss Sharon Geiger. She will be on the screen.
I'm I'm Sharon Geiger, privileged to be part of the Vision Africa and Sharing International teams. My full-time gig is at KCVI Radio in Dallas, Texas, USA, your sister station. The great thing about me being here is that I get to introduce you to some of my friends here at KCVI. And one of them is Luke Montgomery, who's new to our team. Luke is a digital content coordinator. Maybe I said that right. You're getting started in your career in ministry. So you've already done quite a bit, though, with social media and with film. Tell us a little bit about your story and how God has led you so far.
Yes, so I am currently a junior in college studying digital media, but I've been working in digital media for quite a bit now, I would say. I've worked with different nonprofits doing video work. I used to work at my church doing their videos with their children's ministry. It's been a super cool experience just kind of walking down the path that God has laid out for me. And a lot of that has just been taking the opportunities that were in front of me. I had a pastor once tell me, never say no to a Jesus opportunity. And so I really try to take that to heart and just say yes to as many Jesus opportunities that I can.
That's awesome. Well, we have some amazing talents watching us right now, joining us for this video. What is uppermost in your mind as you approach a social media campaign?
Yes, approaching a social media campaign is so much fun just to start, but also the most important things I would say is kind of having a vision before you start, kind of meeting with your team and brainstorming what is our goal that we want to get from this campaign. And so for a radio station, that can be, we want to increase our listenership. We want to push people towards like our online presence, kind of setting what's the target goal. And once you have that goal in mind, you can kind of get your entire team fully on board. Because if everyone's 100%, that's what's going to make a successful campaign.
How do you decide, like, okay, I'm going to use video for this campaign, or I'm just going to make this a plain text post, or how does that come into play? How do you figure that out? Yeah,
one thing that's super cool is, especially with the digital world, you don't have to design one piece of content just for one area. So if we use something on Instagram or Facebook, we can pull that graphic and use it again in a video, or we can tailor a video and put that for Instagram. And so one thing that's super cool is when we're making a piece of content, we try to shoot it in a way that we can put it on multiple outlets, because ultimately that makes less work for you to do. Because if you can reuse a piece of content, it's not only getting more eyes on it, but it's also kind of lessening the load that you have to do for yourself.
Well, in radio, being listener-centered is critically important to everything that we do, and great communication. I kind of think that that's probably the same thing in social media and in film. Tell me a little bit about how you approach the audience.
Yeah, it definitely is super important knowing your audience and who you're trying to communicate to. You know, coming into KCBI, I hadn't done much in radio. I didn't really know much about radio. I was kind of like, people still listen to the radio? And the more the research that I did, the longer that I've been here, I realized, so many people still listen to the radio. And, you know, radio is one of, if not the only thing that's like an interpersonal connection between a piece of media and the individual. You know, TV is kind of hasn't been able to give that one-on-one experience that radio can. The closest thing probably would be YouTube, but even then in podcasting. But there's something about that radio relationship of the DJ to the listener that's almost like having a friend there to talk to you, help process your thoughts. And so I think knowing your audience is a super important thing to do, because it lets you as the DJ, as the radio station, kind of target the messages that you're putting out there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And, you know, in radio, we're not getting away from the camera anymore. So talk a little bit about the importance of, even if you're going into radio, the importance of everyone understanding the camera and its importance and how to work it.
Oh, yeah. So, in the age that we're living in today, like, it's such a digital age, and the digital world is growing so fast. And in today's world, everyone is a photographer, right? Like, everyone has, like, on their phone, they have a camera. So it's kind of like, it's accessible to everyone now. So whether you have a super expensive camera or just a camera on the back of your phone, you know, you can make content. And so with that being said, I'd say the most important thing to do is just, start shooting that content. It doesn't really matter how great your gear is when you're starting out. Like, the most important thing that you can be doing is just shooting the content, right? Because whenever you start, it's not going to be the greatest content anyone's ever made. When I started my content, I look back at it now and I laugh. I'm like, wow, I can't believe I made that. But that experience ultimately helped build to the place where I can make the content that I can create today.
Well, that is a great point. Use what you already have. I mean, that's what you're saying, is take the tools that God's already entrusted you with, such as your cell phone, and start learning how to use that.
Oh, yeah.
That's great. You don't really have to wait anymore. You
Yeah.
just can get started. That's incredible. Is there a template or a structure that you follow for creating compelling social media content?
Yeah, I would say usually when I'm starting a project, I'll like take a couple hours and just take like a Google Doc or a piece of paper and I'll just write out, okay, what do I want to accomplish? And so I'll like have a list of goals. I'll have a list of things like this needs to be in the video. I have a list of wants, like I would like this to be in, but it's not as important. And the more that I flesh out the video beforehand, the easier that it is down the line to actually make that video. So even when I was setting up this shoot, right, I took a second, I was like, okay, I need this many cameras, I need this many mics. And so when I came in today to set up, it took me no time at all to be able to set up everything that we needed.
Wow, yeah, that's kind of amazing because I'm used to radio. So, I walk in, you got the mic, that's all you need is the mic. And, it's a pretty simple setup, but I walked in today and it's 2 cameras, it's a couple of lights. And that sounds like that's a pretty simple, camera setup. But for me, it looks like, whoa, that's a lot of stuff.
Yes, and it's crazy because even just adding 1 or 2 lights just to a scene, the difference that can make on how the content looks ultimately in the end is brilliant.
So talk a little bit about that, about the importance of your set and the lighting and how does that enhance the experience for the viewer? Because that's really what you're most concerned about is them having a great experience every time they look at your content.
Yeah, well, so when people are viewing our content, ultimately you want it to look professional because when people are scrolling on Instagram or scrolling on the internet, they're going to be their natural eye is, oh, this looks professionally made. Like, let me see what they have to say. If you're making something that doesn't necessarily look as professionally made, they may skip over it or swipe past it. And so kind of the goal that Emily and I have been working for this radio station is, like, what is our brand? Like, when someone's scrolling on Instagram and they see a video made by us, we want them to be able to know, oh, like, that's KCBI. Even if we didn't have KCBI in the logo, they can kind of look at how it's been shot or how we've colored it, and they're going, oh, that's a KCBI video. And so kind of developing for yourself, for your company, like, what is our branding? Like, what do we want our digital footprint to look like?
Wow, so it really starts long before you get to shooting anything.
Oh, yeah.
It's a lot of conceptualizing and figuring out kind of what you want things to be and then executing on that.
Yes.
Okay. And how do you know what to post and what resources do you use?
Yes, so knowing what to post, the first thing I would say is, like, don't be afraid to post. Ultimately, like, there's so many algorithms and so many, like, hashtags or tags that, like, can make your post perform better. But ultimately, like, the first thing you have to do is actually post. And so making sure you have that content ready to come out. There's a lot of different people that'll say, like, oh, you need to post 3 to 7 times a week. Really, if you're posting consistently, like, you're making content that connects with your audience, I would say that's way more important than necessarily like an algorithm or a scheduled post. But I would say, like, try to have, like, at least like 3 to 5 scheduled pieces of content coming out for your viewers, just to keep them engaged, so they're reminded that you're relevant.
And that's per week as opposed to not per day, per week.
Yes,
okay.
per week. And like, posts can look different. You could have a still image with just like some text on it, which honestly performs really well for a bunch of our viewers. Sometimes we'll spend a lot of time on a video and it performs way less than something that took us 5 seconds to make, in Photoshop. And so it really is just getting to know your audience and like what they enjoy, and then providing that content for them.
What kind of resources do you draw on? What do you use?
There's a lot of, like I said, different places. One thing that I personally used is Taylor Brands. It's a website that can provide like relevant hashtags. I think it is like a subscription per month.
Oh, is it?
And so it's not necessarily like a free thing, but that's something that I use. That it kind of gives me like what's trending and can tell me like trending sounds. I think they do a lot more than that, but that's just what I use them for. But yeah, there's honestly different influencers just kind of out there, like on Instagram, that I'll find. It'll give me different tips. But yeah, I wouldn't say there's necessarily like one particular source that I'm headed towards all the time, as much as it is feeling out what my viewers are looking for.
How important is it for you to kind of just stay in touch with everything that's happening and really, you're constantly absorbing information, you're constantly looking at what's relevant now, what people are talking about. How important is that?
Yeah, that's one thing, especially with this industry, is it's always growing. There's always something new to learn. And so one thing, like, if you're working in this field, is like you're basically dedicated to being a lifelong learner. Like, you'll never master something totally, because like in a couple of years there's going to be an entire new camera, or there's going to be a new social media that's the new thing. And so there's always just so much happening in the industry. Like, you look at today with AI and everything that's happening, like no one saw that coming. Like it just came out of nowhere almost. And so it's just like trying to master those skills. And you look at just like what the Adobe products are doing with that is honestly crazy.
Wow, that's incredible. It's a fun thing to do. Some of our viewers are planning to serve in Christian media, and others are going to be in general market settings. And how would you encourage them as believers, no matter which way they're going, getting into media?
Yeah, I'd say media ultimately is about telling stories. And so whether you're working in a Christian environment or a secular environment, how you tell those stories and what stories you're telling ultimately determines the impact that you have on your audience. And so, I just encourage them, tell stories that are worth telling, and do it to the best of your ability, because stories that are told to the best of their ability ultimately will have the most impact on people. And so I'd encourage them just, trust in the path that the Lord has for you. If he has you in a Christian or a secular environment, do that to the best of your ability, because both can be used for the kingdom.
I just love that, really honing your skills and doing what God has called you to do. I love that. That's great. What one thing do you think is most critical for someone who's thinking about getting into social media, video, or just a related field? What one thing should they consider as they're looking at that?
Yeah, the one thing I'd say is just start doing it. There's always going to be something like, oh, I need this or I need this. There's always one more piece of gear, oh, if I just had this, I could make it so much better. But ultimately, that's just holding you back. Just start creating content, and the more that you create, the better you're going to get at it. And so it doesn't have to be perfect when you're starting, The most important thing that you can be doing is actually doing it. And so don't let those little tiny things, I think sometimes we can as perfectionists, hold us back. Just get out there and start creating.
That's really great advice. Any tips about how, well, I know that you may have just said this, so if you did, just tell me you did, but any tips about how they can get started in social media?
Yeah, ultimately, I would find the stories that you're looking at telling and work with people around you. Don't try to do everything by yourself. I think a lot of times as creatives, we can be this is my work. I want this to represent me. And yes, that's great sometimes, but having a team around you that can help you, encourage you, and help you kind of flesh out the visions that you have ultimately is super important. One of the things that I've loved about working here is the team around me, some of the most smart people, and because have ideas I would have never thought of by myself. And so having those people around you is super important.
Oh, I love that. Is there anything that you'd like to add that you think might be really important for those of you who are sitting here right now listening to us to know?
I would just say, once again, the Lord knows what his plan is for you. And so just continue in that faithfully. He's got a great plan. And so just continue to trust in him. I'm super excited for all of you that are learning this art of media and radio, because it truly has the potential to change so many lives. And so I'm super excited to see what all of y'all are doing. And yeah.
I love that. Couple of things I wanted to summarize what you said that I think are so key. Number one, use what you already have in your hand. That is such a great piece of advice, because God's given you, maybe entrusted you with some tools you can already start using, and it's so much easier now than it used to be, believe me. I'm pretty old and I've done this for a while, so I know. And then the second thing is just asking God what it is that he wants you to do and following that with all your heart. Look, Montgomery, thank you so much for taking a little time with us today and sharing your thoughts with our folks here.
It's been awesome.
Yeah, this has been great. Thanks so much for having us. We are praying for you as you go through this training this week, that God will bless you and that he will multiply your talents and your impact.
Thank you. Thank you to Ms. Sharon Geiger, all the way from KCBI 90.9 in Dallas, Texas. I hope you were watching the way she was engaging in the conversation, the way she was asking questions based off of what he had just said, and really just phrasing her questions in a way that seemed very engaging. I remember growing up when I would go to school, and a lot of kids like me would go to school, be listening to the radio. We would hear KCBI, we would hear Sharon Geiger. She's very well known in the Dallas, Texas area for just the way that she presents and the way she interviews. So I hope everyone was taking notes on the way she did that. The next topic we have is photo storytelling, story in an image. A picture says 1,000 words. In this section, You will learn how to convey a story using compelling imagery. I think that's something we can all use. This photo storytelling, story in an image, is brought to you by someone who is also a co-founder of the Wander Studio, a mobile creative studio connecting brands and businesses who care about people in the planet in the most adventurous locations. He has an undergraduate degree in business honors and a master's in business from the University of Texas at Austin, and he also had a career in public accounting. After his career in public accounting, he decided to follow his creative passions, where he is now the CFO and lead photographer and videographer for the Wander Studio. His eye for detail and precision behind the lens has helped brands from startups to Fortune 500s tell better visual stories that inspire and connect with their audiences. He has amazing knowledge, and he's going to give some of that to you today. So please put your hands together for Jeff Wilson.
All right, thank you, Jane. Kingsley, I may need help on this one, just letting you know. All right. As Jane was saying, my name is Jeff Wilson. It's an honor to be here with you all today. You all saw my wife speak yesterday, Maddie Wilson, or Ma. She's right back there. Give her another hand if you saw her presentations yesterday. Like her, this is my second time in Nigeria. Yep. I had the honor of being here for about 3 weeks last year, and I too was honored with an Igbo name, Ugo. What you'll probably notice through my presentations is that I love being creative, but I also love the technical side of the creative process. So what I'll be talking about is photographic storytelling, starting off with what it is and why it's important. Then moving on to the how to produce a photo story. And finally, diving into those compositional techniques to hopefully help you better your photographs. Throughout, I'll be showing a lot of photographs. Those are all taken by me or my wife, Maddie, and those are giving you reference as to each one of the topics that we're talking about. So, I know Jane said, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Who here has heard that saying? Thank you. Thank you very much. So who here has heard that? All right, but how do you determine what those 1,000 words are? You want to make sure that that story you're telling is telling the correct 1,000 words. So topics include, I'm just going to take this off. So a photo can provide accountability to governments and corporations. So you don't want to just be told what they're doing, right? You don't want to just read it in the newspapers. You want to actually see what they are doing and be kept informed. A photo can visually inform the public to changes that are coming, to changes that have already come to their world. A photo can support social change, environmental change. A photo can help a nonprofit or a new business raise funds, and hopefully that nonprofit or that business is showing those photos to show the impact of what they're going to be able to do for you in the community. Most importantly, a photo can make the viewer feel what the story is. So the first step in the process, like Luke was saying in the video, is to actually sit down and ideate and then research. You want to think about the topics of your story. What is the story you want to tell? Is it applicable? Does it even need to be told? Has it been told before? And if it has, that doesn't stop right there. If it's been told before, how then do you look at that story through another lens? Next, take that topic, and then you're going to break it down, all right, into bite-sized pieces. I like to call it bite-sized pieces because I love food. So each bite is going to be a different piece of that topic. They're the building blocks of your story. Then you start writing down the who, the what, and the where of each of those pieces. If you're photographing a person, that's the who. All right, but it might be a hospital. It might be a water well. It might be a brand having a new release. Then the where. And then if it is a person or a place, you also need to be able to get access to that. And by saying getting access, I mean you need to make sure that you have permission to be taking that photograph. I'm not just going to go up to somebody on the street and take their photograph and walk away, right? That's not ethical. What I want to do is I want to ask if that photo can be taken. Or if it's a private event, I need to get access to it. I can't just hop the fence and go in. I have to get access. And then once you have that access, you also can build a relationship with the person that you're taking the photo of, or the company that you're working with. So, preparing the shoot. This is the true pre. This is where you'll definitely want to start writing things down. So, what is your shot list? Okay, so if you have a checklist that you're photographing, you want to write that down so that you can have it with you the day that you're shooting. It makes it so much easier. Luke was talking about that in the video before. Then next is, what environment are you going to be shooting in? Well, let's look at Nigeria, for example, all right? Are you going to be here during dry season, wet season? Will you be inland in the bush, or will you be close to the water? Are you going to be on the coast? All right? Are you going to be inside or outside? What time of day is it going to be? If it's going to be early in the morning, that hour after sunrise, the hour after sunrise or the hour before sunset is called the golden hour. All right? That's one of the best times for a photographer right there, because the light is nice and soft. Those shadows aren't too harsh on people. Conversely, the hour before sunrise or the hour after sunset are called blue hour. Also great, but it gives a different tone, a little bit softer. But if you're in the middle of the day and you know that shoot's going to be in the middle of the day, just plan for it. Don't be afraid of it. All right? You want to go and you want to say, all right, I'm going to make sure that I'm going to take this person I'm photographing to a place that's nice and shaded. Or if it's overcast, that's going to be just as good. Next, what gear do you need to bring? All right, I'm a photographer and videographer. I have a lot of gear, but I want to still be as minimal as possible. Take the least amount of gear with me. Okay, it's hard enough to be carrying around this camera, making sure I'm getting all the right things. I've got a notepad here telling me what shots to take to make sure that I'm doing my job. But if I've got this luggage on my back holding me down, making it hard to bend, hard to move, all these things, that's just going to take more time away from my shoot, make it more hard on me, and harder on the subject that I'm trying to photograph. Last, know your camera before you go. That's all the settings. All right, there are some very boring YouTube videos released by the manufacturers that will go through each setting of your camera, your smartphone, whatever. But I really highly recommend watching those and learning, making sure your settings are. If you know you're going to be shooting a person with the camera, you want to set the camera to know the person. If you're going to be shooting an animal, you might need to change the autofocus to be faster. One thing I would say is true for all cameras is make sure your setting is on RAW. There's JPEG and RAW. JPEG holds a lot less data, so there's a lot less pixels there. There's a lot less to work with when you're editing. RAW gives you incredible opportunities to edit afterwards. Okay? It may look more muted. It may not be as saturated. It may not be as contrasted as right when you take the photo in the camera. But when you put it into an editing software afterwards, you have so much more capabilities. So over the next few slides, I'll show some of the types. First, one of the most important is a portrait. Why do we take a portrait? The portrait is to show the personality or the emotion of the subject that you have. Next, you have an environmental shot. All right, that's one that creates a sense of place and time for your viewers. If your subject is in there, it also shows where your subject fits in to the environment. Next is close-ups, which are great to help the details of your subject. That can be a face. If you're really talking about that person, you want to see that look in their eye as they're talking to you. Or if they are doing something at the water well and cleaning their hands, that's a fantastic shot to show the details of your story. Thank you, Akban. Lastly, we have action shots. These are real people doing real things, and I think these are the most important ones. You've shown the emotion of somebody. You've shown the environment that they're in. You've shown the details. Now show what they're doing. Hand in hand with that list will be the focal length and what you use. So if you have a DSLR camera, this will be different lenses. But if you have a smartphone, it'll be if you zoom in or you use the wide angle. So here are some examples of ones that I've taken. These are all portraits taken with different focal lengths. So the one on the left is a wide angle. It's a 35 millimeter. I did that one because I wanted to really showcase that person inside of the environment. He's on the scene there. He's the one helping build that hospital. The next one, this is a former Icons winner. This is just a standard. This is a 50 millimeter. Who knows what focal length their eye is? Anybody? Want to take a guess? It's 50 millimeters. So that right there is what's closest to your eye. Next is a telephoto. So think if you're going to be farther away from your subject, how can you get closer and bring the camera to them? That one was shot at about 85 or 100 millimeters. Next, let's talk about the photograph itself. What makes a powerful photograph? Just like any story, any book you've ever read, you need the subject to be clear. All right? If you don't have a clear subject, you're not going to understand the story. Then you want to lead your viewer's eye to that character. All right? That's where composition comes into play, and I'm really going to dive into composition next. Lastly, keep it simple. All right? If it's too much going on, too much foreground or background that doesn't seem applicable to the story, if it's taking away from that subject, then don't use it. Take it out. Move them to a different location. What I'm thinking here is if you're taking a photograph of a doctor, okay, and you're taking the photograph and you're in their office, if you take their photograph in an office, all it's going to look like is another guy in an office. You want to move them to where the doctor is. You want to move them onto the scene. Put them into an operating room. Put them into where the patients are waiting. You want to take that photograph. It helps tell the story. So, like Luke was saying, there's a lot of barriers to entry. There's always equipment. There's the next best thing. There's the next best thing. Don't wait for those things to start taking photographs. Start practicing now. The one thing that has no barrier to entry with photography is composition. If you learn composition, and if you just keep practicing it over and over and over and over again, I've been at this 10 years, and I am far from perfect at it. I have to keep practicing over and over and over again. Composition is the one thing you can learn with no barrier to entry. It's also the one thing that can determine if your photo is good or bad. So, composition refers to the placement and relationship of the elements in a picture. So that's where you're taking the picture from. If I'm taking it up here towards you, or if you're taking it down there towards me. All right, what's the angle? What distance are you from your subject? Who else is in the frame? First thing to consider when you're talking about composition. Next slide. So there's three main things. The first one is lighting. So I personally don't like using too much artificial lighting. I really love the sun and what it does. It's very natural. It captures people's true skin tones, and it captures the true environment for what it is. But if you don't have that, then what's your next light source? Do you have something with you? If you're inside and you've got a window nearby, I highly recommend just moving everything towards that window. Let that light up your subject. Next is background. I already talked about background there with a doctor. If you're going to have them in an office versus an operating room, it makes all the difference. Same goes for foreground. Right? If something's right in front of them and it doesn't have anything to do with the story, take it out, replace it, do whatever. Next is space. How much space is around your subject? I'm up here on a big stage. I've got a lot of space if you needed a photograph. Okay? But I might be inside of a radio station room with 4 other people and you're moving around. That's a much tighter quarters there. So it's not just how much space your subject has, but how much space you have to move around as well. Now let's actually get into some of these compositional techniques. So the first one is angles. Angles will really determine the emotion of the story. Okay? The first angle I'm going to talk about is looking down, shooting down on somebody. If I'm up here shooting down on you, it does show that you're in a crowd, right? That kind of does get a gist of it, but it doesn't put me on the same level as you. It kind of gives a sense of I'm better than you, a sense of inferiority, which I do not want as a photographer. Then you can shoot from down below. So if you're shooting up at me, it makes it look like I'm more powerful than I am. I'm really not powerful. So the one that I love, especially if you're shooting a subject and you're trying to connect the viewer emotionally, psychologically, and almost physically through that photograph, that's getting on their eye level, all right? You're going to look at them through their eyes, and that viewer is going to see the same thing. They're going to be on the same level. They're going to feel the emotion. They're going to understand them and understand their story. The next rule is the rule of thirds. Stan mentioned this just a little bit yesterday, but I'll break it down some more. So this is where a shot is divided by a 3x3 grid. Can you all see this top one right here is a bit clearer? So that 3x3 grid, it's 9 equal parts to the photograph. The rule is that it's best to put your subject on one of the 1/3 lines or at the intersection of those lines. So say if you're photographing a person and I'm up here, you might be photographing me, I'm looking this direction. I'd say you'd put my head in the top right corner on that intersection line. So, and I don't really know why this is. It's done psychological studies that humans just love 3s. For some reason, humans love 3s. 1 is not enough. 2 is kind of odd because it's like a married couple, like me and Maddie. 3 kind of gives us a bit more evenness in life. It's not quite there, but it's just perfect. And that goes with any odd numbers. The next part in composition is balance. And balance, I mean, who here has been on a scale? Seen their weight? It's pretty similar with a photo, but there's a lot more than your actual weight or your mass. Okay? Mass does come into play when you're talking about the balance of a photograph, but you also have tones, contrast, color. One really cool example of balance when you're talking about color is red and blue. So red or pink, that's actually a very heavy weighted color. If you look at this top photo right here, Miss Serafina is wearing a red-pink top right there. So that part of the photo is a little bit heavier balance, but it's offset by more blue. The blue is a little bit less weight, but it really makes it a nice soft photo. You also have symmetrical balance, where a photo is evenly balanced across the photograph. So if you look at this photo on the bottom, the schoolgirls are kind of lined up really nicely balanced across the bottom 2/3 of the photo. Asymmetrical is when it's not balanced like that visually, but it still matches the balance to what it needs to be. So that's like that top photo there with Miss Serafina. The next point is point of view, and this one's really fun. This one's a lot of fun to play around with. I highly recommend this one. It's where you try to put your viewer looking in the perspective of something that they typically don't use, all right? I think the best example is if you're doing a story from a child's perspective. So this bottom one right here, this child is at the water well. We're putting the viewer going through their eyes. It's looking over the child's shoulder. You're down at their level looking at what is going on. So when you see it, you see a bit more empathy through the child's eyes than you would through the adult that's past them. It's also really cool when it comes to drone photos. That's why we love drone photos so much, is because we physically as humans cannot fly up there and take that photo or see it on an everyday basis. We're not flying in planes every day. Even though I travel a lot, I am not in a plane every day. So that drone is such a cool perspective for us. And it's a change of point of view that really captures the viewer's eyes. And this last one is lines. So almost everything in the world is made up of lines, right? When you're drawing something out, you're using lines. When you have a notebook in front of you, you're writing it out in lines, even if you don't have the lines actually there. Inherently, because we've been doing this over and over again as a human society, we use lines there. We know that the line should be there. It gives us a sense of comfort, a sense of stability. So when you look at the types of lines, you've got vertical lines. If you use vertical lines in photographs, it gives a sense of strength and confidence and growth. Think of trees. You've got trees outside. When you have them there, it's giving a sense of growth in the photo. Next, you have horizontal lines, like the foundation of a building. That gives a sense of stability. So when you have that there, you're feeling stable in the photo. And in contrast to those two, if you put a diagonal line in there, that diagonal line brings tension, but it also brings energy. So it could be used for a really good purpose. You could be using one there. It's like this one on the bottom. That's showing that it's not a complete building yet. It's a structure. It's still going on. There's energy around it. But it can also cause tension. So when you have a photo that's taken and it's not quite right, and you don't have it level, and it looks slightly askew, you want to fix that in post, and you want to put it back to being horizontal, because that's going to make the viewer say, wow, that does not look right. It doesn't make me feel stable. Next are implied lines. Implied lines come from anywhere in the environment. That could be trees, like the trees outside, coming down the road leading to this tent. If you took a photograph out there, and I highly recommend you guys do, take the photograph, share it on social media, let people know you were here, but try that one. That's a great environmental scene showing the trees coming towards the tent. And those leading lines are coming towards the tent showing exactly where you were going. And that viewer is going to feel like they were going there with you. Then there's leading lines, and that I kind of spoke to right there, where the trees are leading to here, but anything can be leading to your subject. Like this top one, we have both a horizontal line and a vertical line, both just framing this, this child and their caretaker right there. And that just kind of really says, this is the subject right here. I'm leading you to them. You don't have to do any work as a viewer. You don't want to make your viewer work harder than they have to. So that's what leading lines do. So just wanted to leave with this. Taking the photo and doing those compositional tricks, that's half the battle. All right, next is editing, and I'll get into that a little bit later. But really practice those compositional techniques, and your photography can just take off. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jeff Wilson. Can we give him another round of applause? Thank you so much. So nice to hear from you today, and we'll be hearing from him again later today, so sit tight. We've come to the end of session 1. If you need to, you can stand, stretch your leg. Don't go far. It's just a 5-10 minute break, and we'll resume session 2 shortly. Thank you.
worship you. You are here, working in this place. I worship you. I worship you. You are here, moving in our midst. I worship you. I worship you. You are here, working in this place. I worship you. I worship you.
keeper, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. Waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. You are here, touching every heart. I worship you, I worship you. You are here, healing every heart. I worship you, I worship you. You are here, turning lives around. I worship you, I worship you. You are here, mending every heart. I worship you, I worship you. Hey, we make a miracle walker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. That is who you are. Hey, we make a miracle walker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. You wipe away all tears, you mend the broken heart. You're the answer to it all, Jesus. You wipe away all tears, you mend the broken heart. You're the answer to it all, to it all, Jesus. Yeah. Waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. Waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. You are here, touching every life. I worship you. I worship you. You are here, meeting every need. I worship you, I worship you. Oh, Shande Amazeke Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, join those hands together for Kama Chukwemeka C.
This song is dedicated to everyone who has lost somebody there today.
Every night in my dream, I see you, I feel you. That is how I know you. Go on. For across the distance and spaces between us, you have come to show you. Go on. Far wherever you are, I believe that the heart does go on. Once more, you are.
just one time and last for a lifetime and never let go till we are gone. Love was when I loved you one true time. I hold you in my life, will always go on. Live for wherever you are. I believe that my heart will go Ladies and gentlemen, please can you be upstanding as we pay tribute to those we lost in the flood in Adamawa State, in Bayelsa State, in Niger State. Let's sing this song to them. Come on. Woo! Woo! You're here. And I know that my heart will go on. We'll stay forever this way. You won't say in my heart, and my heart will go on and I'm singing this song and I'm dedicating this song to all the contestants, knowing that most people came here with the mindset of winning. And I'll tell anybody who happen not to be among the winners to know that this is not the end of life. And I'm also telling somebody listening to me right now that what you are facing or what you've seen in time past is never the end of life. I became the winner last year, not because I'm the best, but that's to show somebody else that what you didn't plan for tomorrow can come your way tomorrow. And that's why I'm using this song to tell you that life is in His hands. I know that I can make it. I know that I can stand. No matter what may come your way, your life is in your hands. Makamboke chiruru, ogadikono ebube, akwambo chigetiwa, uko kaniga jake. Listen, none of the wabola, ogadikono ebube. Bendina magiga mara na chuku idefe bonye meri.
Okay, I'm liking the energy. Small. Okay. Well, like I said, it's day 2, session 2, and we have a lot more to get into. The next lecture, the title is Short Form Video with a Purpose. We'll be hearing from someone we heard from just recently, And he'll be going into detail about short form videos, what it is, how we can navigate that, and how we can use tools to make our product the best it can be. So please put your hands together for Jeff Wilson.
Yeah, I'll just hold it. Okay, you thought you were getting rid of me, but I am back. How's everyone doing? Everybody having a good break? All right. Kingsley, can we skip to the next slide? Okay. So this is all data from 2022, and it's all talking about video. And this goes for news and creative when it's here, but the whole presentation after this, I'm going to be talking mostly about creative video. So talking about making creative videos for a brand, for a nonprofit, for a corporation, for you as an individual, when you're about to post on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, any of those, this is applicable for all of you. In 2022, the average person spends 100 minutes a day on their smartphone watching video. So if you're a brand sending out videos, if you send a video out in your email, it has a 96% more likely chance that somebody's going to click through to your website and then interact with you as a brand. Videos are 1,200% times more likely. That's 1,200% times. I'm not exaggerating. That is the actual number. More likely to be shared than an image and text combined. So videos are that much more likely to be shared. And as for where people watch those videos, 90% of videos that are watched on people's smartphones. And that's everything. That goes from even television that gets repurposed back onto YouTube. Similar to photography storytelling, which we just talked about, it's always best to think about what you're shooting and the topic that you're shooting before you actually begin. So one, who is your audience? This one's huge, all right? If I'm presenting this to you, I know this is to Media Institute. These are the people who are wanting to learn. But if this is to just a sizzle reel to try to get people to come, they might not actually be that excited yet. They might not be the exact audience I want. We've talked about audience all throughout yesterday and today, and we want to make sure that we are speaking to that audience. A good example of this is if you're presenting a video to a board of directors to a corporation versus maybe a football team at a secondary school. It's a huge difference in those video types and how you're going to create them. Next, what is the purpose of that video? If you can't answer this why, like what is the purpose, then why are you making it? You need to answer that purpose. You need to have purpose behind that video. And trust me, it's going to help because videos sometimes can take a lot of time. Both the shooting and the editing, it takes more time than a photo. That's why people enjoy sharing them more. People have put more effort into them. So why are you taking that? Next is where are you going to be distributing it? Here I'm thinking, is it for television or YouTube? Or is it for TikTok, Instagram? And that gets a little bit in the aspect ratios that I'll talk about next. Then, what resources do you have? We talked a lot about smartphones, and smartphones are great. Okay? They have a lot of versatility there. They're light. They can go with you anywhere. Almost everyone has access to them. And you can actually still do professional videography with a smartphone. Stan's going to keep talking about that later today. Next, what is the environment included? That's included in resources there. So your resource, what's the environment you're going to be shooting in? Is it going to be indoors or outdoors? Do you have a window at your disposal to use as lighting? If not, do you need to rent some lighting? Then what's the style or video type? Like I said, a lot of stuff I'm going to be covering here is creative, but some of the stuff can be applicable to news, so I'll make sure to point that out. All right, I've got 3 slides here, and these 3 are all technical stuff. So bear with me here for 3 technical slides. All right, the first one is aspect ratio, and it's been mentioned twice, but it's super, super important. Okay, know where you're going to be distributing, just like we said in the last slide. Okay, if you're shooting for TV, for YouTube, you're going to be shooting horizontally here. Okay, If you know it's only going to go on Instagram or TikTok, go ahead and shoot vertically, all right? Those are in a 16:9 ratio. And like Luke was saying in the video there, if you're trying to shoot a lot that's going to be repurposed over multiple types of media, it's easier to shoot horizontally and then crop it down into the vertical than it is to take a vertical and make it horizontal. The next one is your resolution. Okay, so this is the number of pixels here. There's some trade-off here, okay? So with the more resolution you have, the more memory and storage it's going to take in your smartphone or on your computer. But it also gives you the more pixels that you get to use that you can edit, and that's also going to give you good quality video for your audience when they're viewing it. So if you're making something that's just for Instagram or TikTok, there's actually no need to go over 1080p. That's 1080 pixels, okay? Because they're going to go ahead and compress whatever you put in there down to 1080p, because that's all they're going to share on their platform. But YouTube and TV, they can support 4K. 4K is 4 times more pixels than 1080p. That's 4 times the quality. So take that in mind when and where you're shooting, and then also the storage that you're allowed to have. Last technical one is frames per second. This is the speed at which continuous frames go. All right? So the amount of frames that are shown in that second. So the amount of photographs that are taken within a second that then are shown to the viewer there. So in Africa, Europe, Asia, Australia, that's the average one for TV is 25 frames per second, but in North America it's 30 frames per second, because we like to be different. But if you know you're going to want to slow something down, okay, if you know you're going to slow something down, you can't slow down something you shot in 30 frames per second, because then it's going to only be 15 frames per second, and it's going to look jumpy within your shots. But you want to shoot it at 60, so that way when it's slowed down, it can be shown at 30 and be clear. So this is an example right here. So this is Maddie canoeing. This is shot at 60 frames per second, real speed. Then 50% speed. You can see how it's nice and smooth. Then 30 frames. You can see that jumpiness there. Can everybody see that, where it's just jumping throughout the screen? So that's just going to help you with your quality of video. Okay, so technical stuff aside now, we can go into the 4 steps to professional video. All right, so 1, we have stability. 2, composition. Then lighting. And then most important, audio, I would say. And this includes for smartphones and everything, just as Stan said. So first up is stability. Shaky footage can ruin an image. Okay, so if you're doing shaky footage like this is handheld shaky footage right there. It doesn't ruin this, but it kind of makes it not okay. This is on gimbal, so it's smooth. It's just going to make your viewer appreciate the video and probably be more likely to watch. Same with this one, a handheld portrait video, shaky. Uncle C's still looking good. But then gimbal one, even better. It's nice and smooth. You'll actually be part of the conversation with him when he's being interviewed. Then if it's shaky, you might kind of retract and say, I don't like this video, and then you're not listening or watching what he's doing and saying. So going ahead to handheld right here, okay, Stan has mentioned he had a tripod up here that he showed you. He showed you a grip, all right, that you can put the phone into to make sure that it's stable. And one thing that I want to say here is, all right, no fire hosing. Does anybody know what fire hosing is? Where you're just got the camera, you're going everywhere with it, all right? It's hard to follow. If your viewer sees that afterwards, they will get motion sick, and they might even vomit. Okay? You want to make sure that your footage is stable. So if you've got this here, if you don't have a tripod, which a tripod is tried and true, they work really well. So does a gimbal, but that's a barrier to entry right there. You can still use the environment around you or your body. So like I've got this podium right here. If I'm going to take a shot of you, I'm going to use this podium to stabilize and take your photograph or take your video. Okay? If I don't have a podium right there, I'm going to hold my hands right here and brace them against my sides like a tripod. If you have a DSLR camera, those straps that come around, you can use it around your neck as a third point of contact and hold it out. Some smartphones have anti-shake, but they're a little bit unpredictable. They're not always the best, so I wouldn't rely on anti-shake, but try to use those metrics instead. Last, slow it down. Okay, like I said with fire hosing, if you're doing this and shooting everywhere, it's going to be too fast. Your subject or your viewer doesn't have time to get into the story, to understand what you're telling. If you're doing it slow, you give them time to get to be there with you. You want them to be there. Okay? If your subject is moving, you might not even move with them. A static photo or static video can be even more powerful than one that's moving. So we're going to go into composition again. So composition, just like photo, is applicable to video. And a lot of the same rules apply. So we have the rule of thirds. Okay, everybody remembers that right there. But then there's looking space. Where is your subject looking? Okay? So in this is a still shot of one of the videos that we took. And it's not perfect because the looking space here, she's looking towards the shorter side. That kind of draws your eyes away from the rest of the photo, but not towards the right side where there's more space. That's where her stall is, and that's where you might want to see more action taking place. You also have the foreground and background of that one. Can we go back a slide? The foreground and background. The foreground here helps tell the story. She's working at the market. That's her stall. Those are the goods and stuff that she's selling. So there, you're in the story with her. There's nothing in the background taking it away. Then you have focal points. And the focal points are kind of, where the camera is focused. It's in the name. But if you're on your phone and I'm taking a photo over here and I want it to focus on somebody, I can hold down that spot of the photo and it's going to do that. Most of you know that already. That's an automatic or a manual right there. Also mixed in with composition that changes it up from where photo is your shot variation. So that shot variation is the sauce to what you're doing there. The shot variation is, so the shots before, the footage, the material, all that there is your rice. Okay? The shot variation is your sauce. It's your stew. It's what you're going to put on top. Right? It's what's going to make that an actual meal. So you've got multiple types here. You've got a wide and establishing shot. That's great for setting the scene. It shows you where the video and where the story is taking place. It also shows where your subject is within that scene. Then you've got the medium shot, and that establishes the bearings with the viewer, gives them context to the situation. It also gives spatial relationships. So if this one is applicable to interviews, if it's two people in the frame, that medium shot is going to show what's the spatial difference between those two people. If they're right next to each other, to me as a viewer, I'm going to say, they look like they're friends or they're family. If they're further away, it's a little bit more professional setting, and you're going to say, wow, maybe they don't know each other. Maybe this is the first time meeting. Maybe they aren't that comfortable together. Close-ups are then used to reveal the psychology of the character there, the emotions, what's going on, the details, just like in photo. And that's what's going to actually capture important things. So even in some movies right there, if somebody's saying something really important, they'll even zoom in just to their lips. If somebody's doing something with their hands and the director wants to make sure that you're seeing that, they're going to show that person's hands, nothing else in the scene. If you had a wide establishing shot for that exact same thing, you might not actually take that in. You might not know that's an important part of the story. But when you do the close-up, it shows that that is important. There's a couple more creative ones, though, which is like over the shoulder. So this one down here on the bottom right, that's over the shoulder. You're seeing what the action is taking place. You know she's taking an eye test. That right there. And it puts you in their perspective. Then there's point of view, and that's if you take it around, and the person who's actually telling the story is behind the lens or directly in front of the lens, and your camera is following them. Next up are camera movements. And this kind of goes in with what I said about fire hosing and all that with a camera. But all of these movements are movements that can be used, but should be used with intention. If you know the shot you're going to use, you've probably written it down in a shot list, right? In a pre-production. We've talked about that in photo storytelling. If you've written it down, you know the shot you're going to want to have before you get there. And if not, you might think about it, but you'll still intentionally do it. So we know that static shots are actually great. They're extremely boring to be shooting when it comes to being a camera person, but as a director, It's exactly what you want. If the person is behind the camera lens and they are moving, that shows that that movement is the most important movement in the shot. Then you have the zoom. Stan mentioned this yesterday. Zoom with your feet. Zoom you want to try to avoid. If you're already videoing in your phone and you swipe with both fingers to try to zoom it in, you're actually losing quality there and you're losing pixels, among other things. If you're doing it on a DSLR, it's going to be the same thing as shaky footage. It doesn't look smooth. It's going to be jarring. It's going to take the viewer away from there. Then you've got pan. So that's this, where I'm staying stationary and the camera is moving. This is great for somebody entering or exiting a scene. Right? If it's a person walking slowly, you might just want to do a static shot. But if it's a car racing by, there's no way you are going to be able to get enough of that in the shot. You probably want to follow it there, show where it's going. A tilt, where it's going up and down, and the camera is staying stationary. All right? That's great for showing the scale of something. If it's a huge building, or if it's a boxer about to be getting into the ring, you might be showing their size while they're being weighed in. These ones are a bit more fun, these last two. Trucks and dollies. So a truck is where you physically move the camera left to right, or right to left. So your subject may be moving this way, and you as a viewer are going to be moving with them, like this. It's a creative shot that can really put the viewer there with them, with the movement. But you don't want your movement to be different than that of your subject that's moving. A dolly is very similar, where it's front to back, where the camera is moving. But the subject may not be moving there. It might be you catching up to them. It might be you panning away from them. It's going to tell the story. If you're starting a creative shot and you're starting to show how important somebody is, you may be zooming with your feet, like Stan said, zooming with your feet into them and getting closer to them to show they are the focus of the story that's coming up. At the very end, you might be zooming away. That's telling the viewer, it's giving them a visual cue that the story is over. Next up is lighting. I won't go through this slide too much here. There's a second one, but the first main one that I want to say is the key light. And who here has ever seen a video with bad lighting? Anybody? I know I've seen hundreds of videos with bad lighting. Who's been on a Zoom call with an office worker where they had bad lighting behind them, and all you're seeing is like a shadowy, silhouetted face? They have a window wide open. There's no light coming from in front of them. That's bad lighting, right? You have a key light that you want to be focusing on. So a key light could be the sun. The sun is the number one and most important key light there is out there. You might have to have a light if you're inside, but that sun will be providing the most light that is possible for that person. Move to this slide. Yes, that's good. Sorry, one back. So the key light down here on the right, that's showing the most important. You could picture that as the sun. Say we're in a studio, though, and that's then the key light. You probably will have it somewhere on either side of the camera, and that's going to be making sure to illuminate where you're shooting. In a similar position, but slightly opposite, would be your fill light. That might be a window in the room. It's usually softer than the key light. The fill light is pretty important to help kind of take away the harshness of that. Who here has seen, if somebody's taking a photograph in harsh sun, they have a photographer, a videographer assistant holding one of those big reflectors. They're holding that reflector, and that reflector is actually going to reflect the sun in the opposite direction and take away those harsh shadows. Then behind them you have the backlight. That should be softer. You don't want to just have a backlight like we were talking about with that Zoom call, but a backlight, if I'm standing right here against the back, you might want to create some distance with light between me and the background. Okay. Last but certainly not least, this one should definitely not be overlooked, is audio. Luckily we're here at a radio station and audio is super important here, so everyone kind of understands that. But for everyone out there, most people can forgive bad video. If you have a shaky video, it's slightly shaky, or if you kind of miss a shot there, they might stick with the story. They might still stay there and wait till the next shot to try to continue on. If you have bad audio, your video is going to be turned off. People are not going to stick with you. They're going to lose you. So my number one recommendation when it comes to audio is make sure your environment is quiet. It's pretty loud right now, isn't it? The rain. This is a loud environment. See, bad audio. Did I lose you? So this is a loud environment, okay? It makes it harder for you to hear me. It makes it harder for you to stick with me while I'm giving this presentation. It makes you harder to stick with a story if this was going on in the audio of a video. So there's a few options you can do here. One, you've got a microphone like this. This microphone helps make sure that you are hearing me on the camera, hearing me in the audience, but you're not hearing the front row or the back row. You may be hearing the rain. Next, you have a lavalier mic. Stan showed you one of those before. It clips onto a lapel or something like that. That's where you really want to just make sure that you're getting what your subject is saying. And then you have a boom or a shotgun mic. A boom or a shotgun mic will go either on the top of your camera, or somebody might be holding it on a pole and bringing it over. Who here has seen that? Holding the boom mic right there. So one really good thing if you're in a full production set, you'll probably have a separate recording for audio or multiple recordings for audio than your video, just to make sure your audio is correct. You want your audio to be correct even before your video is correct. So those directors' clappers that you've seen when people say action, that then puts everybody when they're editing to have the same mark so the audio matches the video. So that's it for this one. Like I said with photo, taking the video is half the battle and editing is the other half. And we'll get into editing in my next one. Is anyone getting wet? Still good?
Stop what you're doing and listen.
Hello again. I'm Mark Senius from the University of Northwestern St. Paul, and I really wish I was with you there again. I'm sorry to miss this year. I'm off celebrating my 30th wedding anniversary with my wife for a little trip to Ireland. Today we're going to be talking about sound and the power of sound. It is the basic, most important thing that you should always consider when you're doing any type of production, whether it's for just strictly audio or for video. The more you think about sound and the more you think about it visually, the more it will help your production. It's the cheapest, cleanest, easiest way to actually improve any production, because sound is elemental. It's everywhere. Remember, we hear 360 degrees, but what we can see is only 180 degrees. We can close our eyes, but we can't close our ears. So there's sound all around us all the time. And sometimes it just fades into the background, and other times we're much more aware of it. And as we're being producers, we need to think more about how we're using sound in intentional ways so that it creates the kind of effect that we really want to deliver. How do we want to make people feel in the end? So when you're making your choices and you're putting together your different types of productions, really think about that, because you can change the meaning of things just by changing the type of music. So here's an opening of a film, and tell me how you feel when this plays.
Far and lonely highway through basin and range and a desert that never never ends.
So you probably feel kind of happy when you listen to that, maybe sort of jovial.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? And I need all of you to stop what you're doing and listen.
Hello again. I'm Mark Senius from the University of Northwestern St. Paul, and I really wish I was with you there again. I'm sorry to miss this year. I'm off celebrating my 30th wedding anniversary with my wife. We're on a little trip to Ireland. Today we're going to be talking about sound and the power of sound. It is the basic, most important thing that you should always consider when you're doing any type of production, whether it's for just strictly audio or for video. The more you think about sound and the more you think about it visually, the more it will help your production. It's the cheapest, cleanest.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? And I need all of you to stop what you're doing and listen.
Hello again. I'm Mark Senius from the University of Northwestern St. Paul, and I really wish I was with you there again. I'm sorry to miss this year. I'm off celebrating my 30th wedding anniversary with my wife. We're on a little trip to Ireland. Today we're going to be talking about sound and the power of sound. It is the basic, most important thing that you should always consider when you're doing any type of production, whether it's for just strictly audio or for video. The more you think about sound and the more you think about it visually, the more it will help your production. It's the cheapest, cleanest, easiest way to actually improve any production, because sound is elemental. It's everywhere. Remember, we hear 360 degrees, but what we can see is only 180 degrees. We can close our eyes, but we can't close our ears. So there's sound all around us all the time. And sometimes it just fades into the background, and other times we're much more aware of it. And as we're being producers, we need to think more about how we're using sound in intentional ways so that it creates the kind of effect that we really want to deliver. How do we want to make people feel in the end? So when you're making your choices and you're putting together your different types of productions, really think about that, because you can change the meaning of things just by changing the type of music. So here's an opening of a film, and tell me how you feel when this plays.
Every far and lonely highway, through basin and range and a desert that never ends.
So you probably feel kind of happy when you listen to that, maybe sort of jovial, or maybe you don't really care either way. It's nice, pleasant. Maybe think like there's a couple of Muppets in the Volkswagen, perhaps. I don't know. Now let's take that same piece of footage and put a different soundtrack. Stanley Kubrick's The Shining, completely different and pretty spooky, and I would imagine you're feeling a bit uncomfortable. So there are lots of ways that sound can definitely affect the way that we feel. Think of theater of the mind, think visually in the way that you're presenting things as you are doing your particular productions.
Because on radio, anything, and I mean anything, is possible. For example, in real life, I would never harm my beloved grandmother. But on radio, I can sock my granny right in the mouth hole.
Oh, is that all you got?
See what I mean? On radio, there are no rules. I can use this iron to remove my tongue wrinkles. Eat this entire aluminum can. Whack Granny with a frying pan.
Oh.
On the radio, I can even make a hamster and kale smoothie. Unfortunately, that one was real. I'm just kidding. Because the only place that you can really blend a hamster is on the radio.
Strange things are afoot at the Circle K.
So sound has this way of affecting you. It is integral to what we know and feel. It provides all sorts of cognitive information, visual information, affective information, all sorts of things. It's a force. It's not the force, but it's a force, emotionally and perceptually and physical. In fact, here's the really cool thing about sound design is that there's really no one set schedule. I mean, or set way to do things. Let the project really determine which way you're going to do, because there are many possibilities. There's many right answers that could be very effective. So here's a short little animated film that some of my students put together their own soundtracks for. Same actual video, but different takes, and all pretty interesting.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Oh, where's that button? Oh no, the door has closed! I left the keys in the ignition. No, no. Burn paw emotion! Leverage, leverage, leverage! Tiny stone! Ah! How convenient! Oh no!
Cut!
How was it? Was it good?
You said close it!
It's a subjective choice.
Are you sure you're stable?
Affirmative, Houston. I'm stable. Touchdown. Exiting the Jupiter 1.
All right, if you're sure.
I'm sorry, Houston. I really need my...
Nelson, keep your cool. You don't...
No. No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. No! Yes! No! Houston.
When you combine visual and you combine really good sound design, you can really take your audience to some very powerful places. John Lewis is a department store in the UK, and every year they create a Christmas video. This is a very powerful selection from a couple of years ago, featuring Elton John. And if you're a fan of Elton John, this might need a tissue.
It's a little bit funny, this feeling inside. I'm not one of those who can easily hide. I don't have much money, but boy, if I did, I'd buy a big house here we both could live.
If I was a sculptor, but then again, no, or a man who makes potions in a traveling shoe. I know it's not much, but it's the best I can do. My gift is my song, and this one's for you. And you can tell everybody this is your song. It may be quite simple, but now that it's done, I hope you don't mind, I hope you don't mind that I put down in the words how wonderful life is while you're in the world.
So with these examples today, what I'm hoping is that you'll see the power of sound in the way that it can shape you. And when you really think about these things sort of analytically, like how am I using the sound? Is this the right sound? Is this the right emotion that I want to take people? Is this valuable? Is this going to give some added oomph to the production? Think about it that way. And then also listen critically. The edits, is it the right pitch? Is it the right, does it have all the right pieces so that it feels right? Because ultimately you want your production to have a nice sense of space and a nice sense of, kind of where you are. Does the audience feel it? Do you believe it? It has to be plausible more than anything else. You have to believe it.
I would, of course, tell you more, but it would be safer for you if I did not.
Just remember that when you're stuck and you're really not sure of what to do,
the only prescription is more cowbell.
Thanks a lot for letting me joining you today. Hope to see you next year.
I could have used a little more cowbell.
Testing, testing. Thank you so much to Chuck, or to Mark, for offering that video on sound design. So we started off with talking about photo storytelling and capturing a story with one photo. And we transitioned to video and telling a story with video and how to construct that video. Our next topic is video storytelling 2. While capturing high-quality audio and video is extremely important in content creation, you also need to better your storytelling process and the video editing techniques that can be used to enhance that process. You'll be introduced to simple editing apps that you can use on your smartphone, tablet, and laptop during this session in Video Storytelling 2. Would you please put your hands together for Mr. Stan Jeter?
Hello, everybody. You survived the thunderstorm? Are you okay? Are you still dry? Excellent. Are you ready? Good. Last session, this is my second time with you, and I won't have another opportunity to talk to you this time, but I am working on providing more training on our website. So check in with us in a few weeks or a month or so, and you will probably find some more video production tips. And remember, I'm coming from a news background, so I'm always thinking of producing video news stories. You can take these techniques and you can use them in your church, in your group, whatever it is. You can put them online. The storytelling skills that you have been presented with during this time from several of us are things that you can apply in multiple locations, in multiple ways. So even if you don't think you'll be a news reporter, pay attention to these tips. You'll find a way to use them. And my goal is to encourage every one of you to become a video storyteller. You can tell stories in many ways, but the special gift God has given us at this time is the cell phone, which enables you to tell stories simply using your smartphone. So that's my goal, to turn you into smartphone storytellers. And some of you who have a journalistic bent, inclination, some of you will become smartphone reporters. And if you do, we would love to have your stories to share with an international audience through the Global News Alliance. And I'm sure you'll hear more about that in the days ahead. I would like to say right at the outset that I'm not so focused today on the editing apps. I think I'm going to focus more on preparation for production and how to produce what you do when you go out to shoot. So the last time I talked to you, it was about how to use the camera, how to use the camera on your phone, how to hold your smartphone horizontally if you want it to go out on television. Remember, I went through some tips that are on this little card that we produced. You want to have the airplane mode on. Is this too loud? Okay. You want to have the airplane mode on so you're not interrupted by a phone call or a message when you're in the middle of something. And you want to hold it horizontally, as I've said. You want to make sure that the light is behind you and not coming at you, which would would be a problem for your pictures. You want to use a microphone. Excuse me. You want to use an additional microphone if you have one, but if you don't, the microphone on your smartphone is good. If you're talking to somebody, if you're getting someone in an interview, though, you need to be fairly close. I recommend you get as close as a meter away so that you get clear audio and make sure that your interview is happening in a quiet place. This was not a quiet place a few minutes ago. We were getting pounded with rain, and it was making so much noise we couldn't hear the speakers. That's not a good moment to do an interview. But if you're doing an interview, find a fairly quiet place. And then there's some other tips here about framing the shot, stabilizing the phone. Make sure your phone is steady. We don't like shaky video. Okay, we don't like shaky video. So do what you can to stabilize the phone. Put your arms to your side when you're holding the phone. That helps. Or lean against a wall or lean against something else. Or put it on a tripod. So those are some of the tips for operating the phone. Now I want to talk about how you get ready to go out and shoot a story. Okay? So here are some tips. Pre-production. We call this pre-production. There are 3 stages in production. Pre-production, the production itself when you're actually filming the story, and the post-production when you're editing the story, when you're putting it all together. So pre-production, here are the questions. The main question you need to start with is, what is the story I'm trying to capture? Have that clearly in mind. I know for me, I get distracted when I'm on location and I see a lot of story possibilities, but I've got to remember, what is the story I really came from for? And I've got to stay focused on that, not get distracted. So what is the story? You can even write down your story. What are you intending to say in your story? You can write it down as a one-sentence purpose statement to guide you. And then I recommend that you do a shot list. Think of all the things that need to go visually into your story and make a list. When you're out on the field, you get so busy that you can forget an important shot that you really need when you edit the story together. So as the screen says, create a shot list and then go checking off every item of a list. I am actually putting together a short news story based on what we're doing here, and with the help of Maddie and Jeff, we filmed a couple of things today, an interview. We did what we call a stand-up, a reporter stand-up out there. Fortunately, it was before the rain. And so I did a little transition piece for the story. And I have a shot list today. And I want to make sure that I get all the shots I need today. And so a shot list is important. Third. Oops, don't change. I'm not through. Can you go back? Thank you. Thank you. And thank you so much for moving the slides for me. Think of the location for telling your story, for filming your story. Is it a noisy place? Do you have options to get to a quieter place? Is there enough light? Sometimes you are filming indoors and the lighting is terrible. You don't really notice it until you're thinking about taking pictures or video. And then you see it doesn't work very well for filming. So think of the lighting where you're going, find places that are well lit, or bring your own lighting to make up the difference. And then interviews. Every news story can benefit from at least one interview. And I'm not talking about a 2-minute thing. I'm talking about you may interview somebody for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, but you will use a clip of the interview, a little section where the person is saying exactly what you need for the story. That might be 15 or 20 seconds long in a news story. Okay, remember, I'm talking about a news story. Longer form stories can take longer interviews. You might take a 15 seconds here, you might take 20 seconds later of the same interview, and just place them where you need them in the story so that the story moves along. So, okay, and again, a list. Have a list of questions. We had the privilege of interviewing Bishop Sunday this morning, and I had a list. I put them on my phone. And I went through the list, and I made sure I asked at least the most important questions. And let me give you a tip, too. When you're doing an interview, at the very end, when you've gone through your questions, ask one more question. This should be a standard question you ask every time. I asked the bishop this morning. Is there anything else you would like to say? Is there anything else you would like to say? Sometimes it may not be all that significant, but sometimes it could be the best statement of the whole interview. Or it could lead you to a topic that you hadn't even thought about that is really important for your story. So always ask that. Give the interviewee the chance to express something that you haven't asked them about. And then finally, think of the equipment you'll need. Make sure you have your bag full of whatever equipment you're taking with you. Don't leave things behind, like I have done often. I have a son who's a videographer. He does complex international shoots like Jeff and Maddie do. And he is very careful with his list. Before he leaves, he puts all of his equipment out on the bed or on a table, even takes a picture and then compares it with his standard list for the things he needs to have on a trip. Okay? That's like the top end of production, but you too should pay attention to what you're taking. Make sure you don't leave anything behind. Maybe it's as simple as a charger for your phone if it runs dead, or an extra battery that you can plug into. Okay, next slide. Okay, I have a feeling we missed a slide or two at the beginning. I missed. So shoot in sequences when you get out on the field. A sequence is one shot following another shot, following another shot, that kind of flow in whatever's happening there. You know, it could be a wide shot, a medium shot, and a close-up shot that you can, in editing, combine and make a sequence of action. Here, for example, you can see there's a really close-up. Here's a real tight close-up shot. There was a wider shot to start, and then it went to a tighter shot, and then to a close-up of what he was doing with the plant down there. So that's a sequence. Okay, let's move to the next one. Okay, this one is about context. So the story that I'm featuring here, we didn't show the whole story at the beginning, but the story I'm featuring is in an African country where a ministry is helping people cultivate, do a better job of cultivating their food.
We're heading to one of our farmer fields to see the progress of their work. This is a group of farmers who are all living with some sort of physical disability.
So the farmers, okay, can you back up just a second? Thank you. So these farmers are farmers with disabilities who have extra problems in cultivating their crops, and so they're giving them a hand. Now that's, as you move through that sequence of shots, you saw the people getting out of a vehicle, walking down a path. You even saw in a previous shot, I think it was, those pigs or animals. You know, it gives you an idea of where you are. Okay. Another point is to include interviews. Be sure to include, if you possibly can, an interview. You'll notice that this lady is positioned like Jeff was saying earlier, the rule of thirds. This person is not positioned in the exact center of the shot. This person is positioned off to the right. And that makes for an interesting interview visually, plus you can also see what's going on in the background a little bit, so it provides some context. I highly recommend that you put people that you're interviewing slightly to one side, sometimes more, sometimes less, but get them off the dead center, okay? And, all right, can you back up again? Thank you. So there we go, that's better. Again, for interviews, a list of questions, find a quiet location, make sure the light source is behind you and in the face of the person you're interviewing. Make sure the face is lit. The classic mistake is to be interviewing someone indoors with a window behind them. And because the bright light is coming in the window, your subject, the person you're interviewing, just goes totally dark. And it's something you lose the person. You can't see their face, you can't see their expressions. You don't want that to happen. So instead of shooting at the window, turn the person around and shoot with the light from the window in their face. Okay, make sure the light is behind you. And stay close. Notice that this woman this is kind of a head and shoulders shot. That's a good framing for an interview, head and shoulders. If you get people further away from that, you don't get the expressions on their faces so much. And remember that television is offers you a relatively small screen. So the images have to be large. If you're in a movie theater, you have a luxury, you have a huge screen, and the person can be smaller in comparison to everything else, but you still see their features very clearly. So get close. And here's a detail for reporters and for anyone who's doing video. Record the name, title, or position of the person you're interviewing. Make sure you get it spelled right. Make sure you understand who this person is, write the title. And what I like to do too is when I start the interview, I ask the person, just for the tape, would you please say your name and give your title, if they have a title. And sometimes you ask them, would you spell your name, please? Because you want to get it right. This is part of being a good reporter. Okay. Next, thank you. Sometimes you can do a reporter stand-up. Like I was saying this morning. There you go. Let's listen to this one. Yes. Can you play it?
And farm out of all the other farmers' fields.
Okay, this is a young girl. She probably wasn't trained as a reporter, but she's acting as a reporter in this. They did what amounts to a stand-up with her, and she provides a little bit of information that you wouldn't naturally get in the story. A lot of stand-ups are to add additional information. They can be used as transitions from one part of the story to another part of the story. They can be introductory stand-ups or concluding stand-ups. You don't need to have a stand-up in a story to make it a good news story. But sometimes it helps. It helps. And one of the things that a good stand-up does is that it gives a bit of authenticity to the story because the reporter was there and saw what was happening. You see that the reporter was there. And so your trust in what the reporter is saying is elevated because you know the reporter was on the scene. And that reporter is helping you to understand what's going on. That's why we need reporters. We need them to be our eyes and even interpreters of what's going on. To be a reporter, by the way, you need to be comfortable on camera, and this is something that you develop with time. I'm used to being behind the camera as a producer, sometimes operating the camera, although I'm not an expert. But I'm used to being behind the camera, and when it's time for me to get in front of the camera, I had to really learn to be comfortable in front of the camera. Other people, maybe you're one of them, just love to be on stage or perform or be in front of people. I'm shy, so different people are different ways. You need to learn to be comfortable and so that the people watching are comfortable. You don't make, if you look uncomfortable in front of the camera, you make the viewer feel uncomfortable. Okay, next slide. We'll move along quickly. Take notes, names and the titles of people, places and organizations, just write notes as a good journalist of what's happening. The 5 W's, we'll get to that in a second. And you'll be thankful that you have all that information when you write the script later. You want to know the details, okay? Rudyard Kipling, famous author, said, "I keep 6 honest serving men. They taught me all I knew. Their names are what and why and when and how and where and who." I thought that was pretty clever. Okay. Next, if you're in a dangerous place or a really sensitive place, be sure to be sensitive to that. Do not put yourself or your team at risk. Sometimes you need to hide identities or locations because the story is very sensitive. You may have to interview somebody in silhouette because you don't want them to be identified. That sometimes happens. And be aware of cultural, political, even military situations that you have to be sensitive to. Next. We're looking for qualified correspondents for the Global News Alliance. I'll just say this. You need to enjoy telling stories. You need to learn to use the camera well. You need to be a Christian who loves the work of the church. You need to be committed to excellence. And you need to have an attitude of a constant learner. Now, I want to review in just a few seconds. If you take the next slide, Okay, this is what will make you good. Practice. Try filming and editing a 1 or 2 minute story. Just go ahead and do it for yourself, for your friends, for your colleagues, whatever. But go do it. Try it, try it, try it. You'll come up with questions. We can help to answer some of those questions or point you to resources, but that's the best way to learn to be a good smartphone reporter. Now, if you'll play this is a quick review prepared by a friend of mine in Canada of 5 storytelling tips for sharing what God is doing in your community. Go ahead and play it. Okay, it's got good audio here, so if you can put up the audio.
Geiger, privileged
to video number.
To start, press any key. Where's the any key?
I'm Mark Senius, rhymes with genius, but you'll figure out pretty quickly it just rhymes. Senius the genius. Not really.
All right, Babbling Brook, take 1.
It's always fun to sort of play around with, real life experiences. I mean, how many of you have texted and then the autocorrect takes over? So here's a particular spot that from Motel 6 that tackles that issue.
Hi, Tom Bodette. I tried to write this script on my smartphone, but I couldn't figure out how to turn off the autocorrect feature. So you'll have to trust me when I say that at Motel 6, you can still get a clam comforter Rome for the loamiest rice of any national chin. You can brook by carving 1-800-4-MOTEL-6 online or with our new mobile applesauce on your phone or toilet. I hate this Doc and Thong. I'm Tom Bordeaux for Motel 6, and we'll heave the bright on farm you. Close enough.
talking about the power of sound design, to really think more intentionally about how we're using sound in our productions. Because a lot of times it's just sort of a second thought, but if we're really focused on it, we can really create some very powerful and interesting productions.
The Mel is like that $5 you get in change from Starbucks, but then leave in the pocket of your winter coat and forget about it until the next winter when you get the coat back out and there's $5 in your pocket. Look at this, $5 I didn't even know I had. This is the best day ever. 98.5 HD4, The Mel.
Julian Treasure from a TED Talk from a few years ago talks about these 4 ways that sound really affects us.
First is physiological. Sorry about that, I've just given you a shot of cortisol, your fight-flight hormone. Sound's affecting your hormone secretions all the time, but also your breathing, your heart rate, which I just also did, and your brain waves. It's not just unpleasant sounds like that do it. This is surf. It has a frequency of roughly 12 cycles per minute. Most people find that very soothing, and interestingly, 12 cycles per minute is roughly the frequency of the breathing of a sleeping human. So there's a deep resonance with being at rest. We also associate it with being stress-free and on holiday. The second way in which sound affects you is psychological. Music is the most powerful form of sound that we know that affects our emotional state. This is guaranteed to make most of you feel pretty sad if I leave it on. Music is not the only kind of sound, however, which affects your emotions. Natural sound can do that too. Birdsong, for example, is a sound which most people find reassuring. There's a reason for that. Over hundreds of thousands of years, we've learned that when the birds are singing, things are safe. It's when they stop you need to be worried. The third way in which sound affects you is cognitively. You can't understand two people talking at once, or in this case, one person talking twice. Try listening to the other one. You have to choose which me you're going to listen to. We have a very small amount of bandwidth for processing auditory input, which is why noise like this is extremely damaging for productivity. If you have to work in an open plan office like this, your productivity is greatly reduced, and whatever number you're thinking of, it probably isn't as bad as this. You are 1/3 as productive in open plan offices as in quiet rooms. And I have a tip for you. If you have to work in spaces like that, carry headphones with you with a soothing sound like birdsong, put them on, and your productivity goes back up to triple what it would be. The fourth way in which sound affects us is behaviorally. With all that other stuff going on, it would be amazing if our behavior didn't change. So ask yourself, is this person ever going to drive at a steady 28 miles per hour? I don't think so. At the simplest, you move away from unpleasant sound and towards pleasant sound. So if I were to play this, for more than a few seconds, you feel uncomfortable. For more than a few minutes, you'd be leaving the room in droves. For people who can't get away from noise like that, it's extremely damaging for their health. And that's not the only thing that bad sound damages. Most retail sound is inappropriate and accidental and even hostile, and it has a dramatic effect on sales. For those of you who are retailers, you may want to look away before I show this slide. They're losing up to 30% of their business with people leaving shops faster or just turning around on the door. We all have done it, and leaving the area because the sound in there is so dreadful. I want to spend just a moment talking about the model that we've developed, which allows us to start at the top and look at the drivers of sound, analyze the soundscape, and then predict the 4 outcomes I've just talked about, or start at the bottom and say what outcomes do we want, and then design a soundscape to have a desired effect. At last, we've got some science we can apply, and we're in the business of designing soundscapes. Just a word on music. Music is the most powerful sound there is, often inappropriately deployed. It's powerful for 2 reasons. You recognize it fast and you associate it very powerfully. I'll give you 2 examples. Most of you recognize that immediately. The younger, maybe not. And most of you associate that with something. Now, those are 1-second samples of music. Music is very powerful, and unfortunately, it's veneering commercial spaces, often inappropriately. I hope that's going to change over the next few years.
I really want to thank you very much for letting me be a part of it, and hope you have a great rest of the Institute.
Yes, I just want to express gratitude for Mark Senius for supplying those videos for us. Though he couldn't make it, he wanted to just share with you all the nuances of sound. I also, before I call up Jeff back up to the stage, I want to remind you all that your questions are welcome to be answered at the end during the Q&A section. So if you have questions, just write them down. During the break after Jeff's next presentation, you can find me and give me your paper so that your question can be answered. Sorry. So we've talked a lot about photo and video editing. This next section, titled Photo and Video Editing for Social Media, will go more in depth on the ideas and concepts that Jeff has already talked about. So please give him a warm welcome as he approaches the stage. Jeff Wilson.
Hello, everyone. Good seeing you all again. I'm honored to be up here a third time. And honestly, I'm usually behind the camera, and I love being behind the camera. So you're definitely getting me out of my comfort zone. But thank you all very much for having me here. Again, my name is Jeff Wilson. It's an honor to be here. And you know what? Next slide. All right, so now we're going to talk about editing. I talked a lot about photo storytelling, video storytelling, and at the ends of both of those, I said that taking the photo or taking that footage is half the battle. The other half of the battle is editing. But why do we edit? Well, it fixes a lot of mistakes that we shoot on the day, right? We all make mistakes. I make mistakes. Maddie makes mistakes. Stan makes mistakes. Chuck makes mistakes. We all do, all of us. And we know it's going to happen that day. But we do have editing, and editing is there as a tool for us to use to hopefully correct a lot of those. So that way when we're doing video, we can take away some ums or things like that where it's a filler. For a photo, maybe there's something that's really kind of annoying. Maybe a tree branch is just on the top of the corner of the photo, and we just need to take that out, or we need to brighten up a face. All of that can be done in post-production or editing. Editing then also helps engage the audience. So the audience that's going to be viewing it will actually be more engaged because what you've done is you've then hopefully taken away distractions and brought forward the interaction that person's going to have with the subject of that photo or video. So I just want to tell you, I don't just want to tell you about editing, I want to actually show you. So this is actually a workflow of one of my editing processes here, and it's going to show editing a photo for a story.
So I go through and I pick the ones that I like the most, and that's usually looking at composition, exposure, things like that. Just so that way I don't have to make too many changes or try too hard trying to fix something that probably isn't actually even fixable. And then I organize everything, and I organize things in folders and then albums within those folders, but we don't need to get into that here. Everybody has their own strategy. Okay, so I'm going to go through some photos here, figure out which one I think is going to tell the story the best. This is the story of a water well that was put into a village, and I like a lot of these shots, but I want one that kind of has the action of using the water and has some emotion to it. And I like this one a lot. So now that I've selected the photo that I want to edit, especially to be the cover of this story, I start off with tonal contrast. And tonal contrast is when you're looking at light here. So you've got exposure, and that actually touches every single pixel in the frame, and I don't like to start off with that one. This one is a little bit overexposed. You can see that there's some bright, harsh spots in the photo, but I'll touch the highlights first. So this is actually only making an adjustment to the 10 or 20% of the brightest pixels in the frame. So you can see this kind of brings this down right there in that water bucket here, whereas the opposite, obviously that overexposes it there. So let's bring that down. And there's shadows here because the sun is overhead. So there's shadows on this boy's face, and I want to bring that up. I want to be able to see him there. I kind of took away some of the contrast, so I'm going to bring a little bit of whites in. These whites are kind of on the grayscale on this side of the point curve. So these are whites right here, and you can see that deals with brightness. And then the blacks is the opposite side, so it's down here on the point scale. It's 10% darkest pixels. But if you use these two, you can kind of affect contrast in a better way than actually touching this contrast slider here. Another rule of thumb, in case you are using a point curve, is to try to make it more of an S shape. That usually brings about a natural look to it. Right there, that might be a little bit too much even. So not much going on the point curve there. But see, I've used only highlight shadows, whites and blacks, and then only now will I look into exposure. So might still bring this down just a little bit because the photo itself was slightly overexposed. And contrast, I don't really want to hit. This will mute it. We don't want to mute it. It's already a raw image. We wanted to bring it back. So maybe bringing it up 5. I don't like to touch this too much. You can see this overdoes things if you use too much contrast, and it is easily overdone. So that's tonal contrast. Second, I like to move on to color contrast. That first, it starts with white balance. Now, because this was an outdoor shot, it's in the middle of a open area. This is pretty good white balance already. So I don't need to make any adjustments here to the temperature or the tint. But what I might need to is if, say, instead of this open square, we were in the middle of the forest and this green here does what's called color casting. And that's when it's reflecting light off of it and casting a green look onto everything else. It might look like this coming out of your camera. So then you'd make an adjustment and bring it back there. Vibrance and saturation. Again, these are holistic ones that kind of touch every single pixel within the frame, especially saturation. It will touch everything and can easily be overdone. This takes it away. Ooh, too much. Yeah, I don't like that. Vibrance, though, only touches the secondary colors. Now, I like using this one some, but those blues really are starting to pop, and that is causing a distraction to the scene that we actually want to pay attention to here. So if I wanted to look at just the blues and bringing those down, I go into the color mixer. Other places like your iPhone or something like that might call it hue, saturation, luminance, HSL. That's down here as well. What we do here is I want to bring down the blue saturation a little bit, and I might even make it a little brighter. That kind of takes that away. And then because I brought down the blues, I'll look at the two colors that are next to it, just so that way it kind of creates an even spread across the photo. But you'll notice a lot of the scene has kind of some shades of yellows and oranges. And I want to make sure that those are exactly how I want them. So do I want this any more orange or yellow instead of the green? Yes, because I don't want any of the color casting that I mentioned earlier. I'll probably brighten the luminance and bring that down. The oranges, though, I want to darken a little bit. And with the reds, maybe bring them over. Let's create some warmth there on this child's face. Okay. I will touch color grading because this is actually very applicable for video editing. This is in a lot of video editing softwares. It's on this version of Lightroom as well. But this is where you look at the shadows, midtones, and highlights, and these color wheels. So these are kind of tricky to use, but what they really mean is you've got the HSL here too, you can see. And you can use this color wheel here and decide what color you want to be casting on to your shadows. Now, because orange is kind of the hero color of this image, I'm going to keep that there, not bring up too much of the saturation, but I want to bring down and maybe make it a little darker, just the shadow points. Highlights, on the other hand, should be the complementary color of whatever your shadows are, so they should be blue. And that's just kind of a rule of thumb when it comes to color grading. You can definitely break the rule, but it's not used very often. I will bring up the luminosity of the blues. Midtones, I'm going to bring them just a little bit into the orange as well to be the same as those shadows. I'll brighten them there. There we go. So that's this photo now. I might go back up and just bring down the highlights a little bit more. Maybe even bring some of the darker pixels back in. So that's the tonal contrast and the color contrast. You can see this is what the image was before, and this is what it is now. Now I go over to cropping. I don't want to be doing too much cropping. Hopefully when I took the photo, I would have thought about the composition, because if I start cropping a lot, all of a sudden I've lost all these pixels. So the resolution of my photo will diminish. So I don't want to be doing too much cropping. I did think about it when I took this shot. The boy is in this point right here of the thirds. He's leaning over this spot here. This is kind of a diagonal line, but the lines that are leading lines to him are almost horizontal and vertical. Now, I want to make that vertical perfectly vertical. And that's where a little bit of the cropping comes in. But now that looks really nice and structured. It's perfectly vertical, perfectly leading up to our subject here. So again, this is the before, this is the after, now with vertical lines. Okay, so that's the gist of editing.
Okay, so that gives you a background on going through one photo. So that shows you how much time I take on one photo just to edit it. So when I said taking the photo is half the battle, editing really is the other half, if not more. Okay, and then you also notice I wasn't making a bunch of huge changes there. I was making minimal changes here and there, because those minimal changes, they add up over time. And those two things that we tend to overdo, especially newer photographers, we tend to really overdo contrast, or we overdo saturation, because we say, hey, this is really going to make it pop. But it's only making it pop because you've seen the photo for so long that now it's popping more to you. But if it's the viewer's first time looking at it, they're going to notice that it's oversaturated or over-contrasted. Just to give you a quick guide through my step-by-step in a quick order, first I cull and I organize all those photos, so that way I pick which photos I'm going to take. Instead of editing 500 photos that I took on the day, I'm only going to edit 10, and those are the 10 that are going to be used for the story. Then I look at the tonal contrast, that light part there, where it's going through lights, highlights, blacks, shadows, and then I move on to color contrast. And you caught that. That is a very nuanced bit, and that's one that you definitely have to keep playing around with. And then I go through cropping, and cropping is, again, hopefully not a big deal for you because you've already shot with the intention of composition, but that's where we really start to fix our mistakes. Then I add masking at the end of it, and I didn't really cover it there because it is a bit more, but that's where you then will use a paintbrush, or in Lightroom it can help you select the subject, and I might bring up those shadows to say that subject needs to be sharpened just a little bit more, and I'm going to separate them from the background. And that program I was using was Adobe Lightroom. That's on the desktop. They do have a mobile version that is free, so you can play around with Adobe Lightroom. Then they have a lot of competitors out there as well, and all of them have those same types of sliders and the same types of color contrasts. Now I'll go into video editing. So just like you do when you're shooting the video, you want to remember the story that you're wanting to tell. So when you're going to be clipping those things together, what is that story? You want to make sure that those clips line up and tell the story, that there's the beginning, there's the middle, and there's the end. The person didn't start walking down there if they were ending there. They started walking over here, and then they got this way over there. Then I move on to music and audio, because I like to start with the music and audio. It's the most important bit, I'd say. When it comes to an interview, like what Stan was talking about, you've got those sound clips from those interviews, and you know what that person is saying. So when that person is saying them, how do those fit into the story? Does that need to be at the beginning, middle, or end? If it's music, and you know that you're going to be doing something creatively for Instagram or TikTok, and you want to be upbeat, and you want to have all of that, you want to get that in there first, and you might mark down each of the beat points, because those beat points are going to be great times for you to transition from one clip to the next. Then I cut my clips. So number 4 and 5 are flipped here. So I usually cut my clips then, and then I'll go in and I'll do that exact same thing that I did with photos for each of those clips. I will make sure the tonal contrast and the color contrasts are correct. And then last, I'll add text. And that text could be if you're interviewing somebody and you need to have that name down at the bottom third to show what their name is and their title, their position, why they're important to the story. All right. So music and audio. This one primarily talks about music. If the video is an interview, I would focus on the best of those audio clips to use. But when it comes to music, you want the right length, tempo. Remember what Mark was showing there, how there was The Shining was that film. Has anybody seen The Shining? It's an old movie, about 1990, I think. It's a horror film. It's a scary movie. That's why that second one was such a different contrast than the first sound clip there. So you want to make sure that it's the right tempo and the right tone that you're wanting for the story. Then what platform are you going to be sharing it on? That kind of goes into that aspect ratio that we were talking about earlier. So if it's Instagram as well, most of those people will watch it on silent. They're sitting probably behind a desk, even at work sometimes. Who all has watched a video while they're at work? Probably watched it on silent, right? You've watched some videos there? Yeah. So you've watched it on silent, but it's a music, or say if it's an audio from an interview. It's my fault. Every time I'm up here, it's going to start raining. Some would say I make it rain. Yeah. Yep, I'm talking about audio, and as soon as that happens, just thunder. But yeah, so if you're shooting for Instagram and you have an interview there or somebody talking and nobody's going to actually listen to it, you want to add that text. You want to add that for the captions. And then for song choices, just so you have it here, I've listed royalty-free sources because that means that you can use the music from there without having to go and purchase it. Because when you're going to use music, you want the person's approval, right? You don't want to do this ethically. You don't want somebody taking your photo or your video that you made and then distributing it without your knowledge. So do the same thing with music. So enough of me talking. This next one is definitely shorter than the first, but this is a little clip of video editing, and it's just coming up with a 30-second clip that I made, kind of an upbeat music one.
Okay, so I wanted to share a video that I just edited. This is using Adobe Premiere Rush. I chose this one because there's also a free version on iPhone or Android for Adobe Rush. It is a simpler tool, kind of a step below Adobe Premiere Pro, which is what's used for a lot of productions. But you want to start with a story, and the story that I had here was Bishop Sunday. He was singing This Little Light of Mine.
Let it shine, let it shine.
And he only sang one little verse, and I wanted the video to be about 30 seconds. So I only had 10 seconds of him singing. So I went and I wanted to extend the music. And the music, I found another version of This Little Light of Mine on one of those free royalties sites that I mentioned earlier. I used freemusicarchive.org. And I wanted to blend the two together. So blending music together, you want to first separate out the audio. So I had right-clicked on this, separated the audio to bring it down here, and faded it out, while at the same time starting to fade in this one, of this version of This Little Light of Mine. And I kind of used like almost a little L cut for sound. So they are over-layered, so that way they kind of they start really smooth. And I like that. Then I picked clips that were happy. They feel good, it's people smiling, and I wanted them to be short. So I went through a lot of clips and I came down to wanting to use these ones. And once the clips were determined that they were going to be used in the video, for each of the clips, I went over and I edited. I didn't use any of the built-in presets, but I had used a little bit of exposure on some of them. There we are. A lot of these clips here, I actually had already edited within Lightroom because I was using the same clips from a time when I was doing photos. So I just copied and pasted my edits there, which the tonal contrast and the color grading. So that makes them even with the photos that I've been taking. And then cutting these clips together, I just kind of cut them along the beat of the music.
I'm gonna let it sing. Oh, this little song of mine. I'm gonna let it sing.
And the beat creates a nice transition point because the audience is following that beat. Another thing to note between these transitions, I didn't use any fancy transitions. I didn't do any of this dissolve, swipes right, slides up. That kind of gets to be a bit noisy for the audience. So I just wanted them to transition with the beat there. I did use a dissolve on the start of it because that nice kind of beginning there, that's nice and soft, and then one at the end there to fade it out. I just did that because I wanted there to be no abrupt ending or start for the audience. I wanted it to be really smooth. With all that in mind, here you go.
This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine.
This little song of mine, I'm gonna let it sing. Oh, this little song of mine, I'm gonna let it sing. This little song of mine, I'm gonna let it sing, let it sing, let it sing, let it sing.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, did that make you feel happy? Did it do what it was trying to do there? Good. And I just want to say that I did that in Adobe Rush. I did it on the computer just so it was nice for you guys to see up here on the screen. But there's an Adobe Rush app for your phone. It's free. There's another one called InShot that a lot of times Maddie uses when she's editing together Instagram posts. Stan showed me one called VN today. VN, and I looked at it this week, and it's a phenomenal free tool to be using on your smartphone for doing all those types of edits. And if you open it up, they a lot of times have little tutorials in there to show you each of the features. So I highly recommend looking at that. But when you're looking at that, make sure you're shooting as well. Shoot. You need to practice, practice, practice. It's exactly what you're going to be doing, and the only way to get better is to continuously do something. With that in mind, thank you again for having me up here. I really appreciate it, and I hope you have a good rest of your Media Institute.
Do you want your iPad? Or I can have it. Almost got a free iPad. So we've come to the end of our second session. But before you move a finger, firstly, if you have questions, I'll be standing to the side. You can give me your piece of paper with your question. And secondly, before you move, and mind you, the break will be very, very short, I want everyone to turn to their neighbor and tell their neighbor one thing that they've learned very newly today and one thing that they're going to do about it. So go ahead and turn to your neighbor, discuss. We'll have a 5-minute break, and I'll see you soon. Thank you.
Whoa, feedback.
All right, let's try this. This is the voiceover for Comedian movie trailer. Take one.
In a world where laughter was king.
No in a world, Jack.
What do you mean, no in a world?
It's not that kind of movie.
Oh? Okay. In a land that...
No in a land either.
In a time...
I don't think so.
In a land before time.
It's about a comedian, Jack.
one man.
No.
When your life is no longer your own.
What does that mean?
When everything you know is wrong.
That's wrong.
In an outpost.
No.
On the edge of space.
There's no space.
A girl.
No.
Two girls.
No.
Now.
No.
More than ever.
Stop it.
A renegade cop.
I hate you.
A robot renegade cop.
You're fired.
You're fired.
No, you're actually fired.
I'm fired.
Get out of the booth, Jack.
No, I like it in here.
Gentlemen, I don't know if you saw the composure the young man had, the confidence that he had. Ladies and gentlemen, in Vision Africa, when others are seeing just singers, we are seeing stars. When others are seeing just mere people, we are seeing the hope in the musical industry. Please, a round of applause for Onoma Nelson, our 2021 winner. Thank you so much. Before him, we just had Queen Esther Douglas, who from 2018 made us proud. Thank you so much. Right about now, ladies and gentlemen, it's our first appearance for our contestants. Ladies and gentlemen, they will be up here. Let me see you wave. I can see you.
breath I fake, with every heartbeat. Sunrise and the moonlights on the dark street. Every dance, every glance, every note of the song is all a gift undeserved that I shouldn't have known. Every day that I lie, every moment I covet. I'm deserving to die, I'm just earning your judgment. Without the cross, there's only condemnation. If Jesus wasn't executed, there's no celebration. So in times that are good, in times that are bad, for every time that I had it all, I will be glad. And I will boast in my pains. I will boast in the sunshine, boast in his rain. What's my life if it's not praising you? Another dollar bring my bank account of fame. I do not count my life as any value or precious at all.
We have now reached session 3 of day 2. Wow, where did the time go? I hope your conversation with your neighbor was fine. I hope you exchanged what you learned new and what you're actually going to do about it. Next on the agenda, I'm going to call someone up to the stage that you've seen many a times before over the past few days. He's shed a lot of good information and light on a variety of topics, but this topic in particular is collaborative team building. What does it mean to be a team? And what does it mean to work as a team towards a common goal? Please put your hands together one last time for Dr. Chuck Pollock. Sorry, we'll have to try that again. Dr. Pollock, you can just wait. Please put your hands together for Dr. Chuck Pollock. Thank you.
Good afternoon. You can do better than that. I know your mouth is full, but you can do better than that. Okay, good afternoon. All right, I'm gonna run you through it. Everybody sit up straight, please. Let's do a radio good afternoon. Everybody sit up straight. Come on. That's it. Feet flat on the floor. That's it. Good, good, good. And now I want you to speak from here. What is this? What is this? You need to speak from here, right? All right. So, take a nice deep breath. Good afternoon. Now, did you hear the difference? Absolutely. You guys are great. Okay, let's get going, because basically what we're going to be talking about is collaborative team building. Now, when we're talking about broadcasting, or when we're talking about the business, you need a lot of collaboration to make it work. How many of you have been in the business already? How many of you have been in the business? All right, how many of you wish to be in the business? Media business. Okay, you sure? Okay, we're talking about collaboration between different groups to make a certain project work. And that's what we're going to be talking about today at this point. And I think it's very appropriate that we're talking about it at the very end, because we learn how to do these things and how to appropriate our creativity. But how in the world do we make it all work amongst all of the different people involved in the business? Well, if that's your question, I'm glad you asked. Because here's what I want to share with you very quickly. The true symbol of servant, remember we talked about servant leadership? Do you all remember that? Remember that? Servant leadership, right? Okay, the true symbol of servant leadership is the basin and the towel. Now, what does that mean? That was a friend of mine at Regent University who was the former executive vice president of the Coca-Cola Foundation, who shared that with me many years ago, that the true symbol of servant leadership is a basin and a towel. Whether you are religious or not, you know that Jesus washed his apostles' feet. You remember that? Yeah. Now, was that humbling? I think it's humbling to wash someone's feet, but it's also very humbling to get your feet washed by someone else. In other words, our job is to serve the people that work with us, as well as two other groups, and that's who we're going to talk about. One is the audience, and these are indispensable. Indispensable. And I promise you, as it says, if you do this, you will win. If you don't do it, I promise you, you will lose. Okay? Over the last 40 years, 50 years, I've seen this to be true. The audience, clients, and partners are management and staff. Those are three groups. Those are three groups. And the way that we are to work with them and treat them is extremely important. The first one is the audience. Could you advance the slide, please? Oh, you don't have it. Oh, that's it. But okay, got it. Okay. Remember, who is the most important person in radio, television, and film? Who is it? The audience. You've heard it a lot, haven't you? And how important it is to know your audience so that you can produce something that will be attractive to them. Well, how do you do this? Well, I like to liken it, and I do this a lot, is if you want the audience, you need to romance them. Let me say that again. If you want the audience, you need to romance them. Now, how many of you have ever liked or really had a crush on someone else? Come on, raise your hands. Don't be shy. How many of you ever had a romance or actually had a crush on someone else? And oh, you wanted that person to be yours. Am I right? And you see them from afar and you say, oh, yes, I want that woman. I want that man, whatever. I want that person to be in my life, right? Well, now, you don't know her. She doesn't know you. Now, you can switch the gender around on your own. So you have a desire, right? You have a desire to know them. Make them part of you. You want to do something that will attract that person to you. Okay? Okay, so what do? First, you desire to know all about them. When I first met my wife, it was at a radio station, actually. But when I saw her, I knew she was the one for me. Okay? Yeah. There was no doubt. There was no doubt, and there's no doubt now. It's been 50 years. 50 years my wife is Kathleen Teresa Pollock. And I love her to death. I love her. Okay? And I, even more now than I did then. But when I saw her, I knew I wanted to get to know more about her. So what did I do? Well, I wanted to know everything about her. I wanted to know what did she like? What doesn't she like? How does she like men to act around her? Okay? Does she like he-men? Those very, very manly men? Or does she like sensitive men? Well, okay, what does she like to eat? What does she not like to eat? Where does she like to go? What does she like to do with her free time? What are her goals? And most important thing, what is her faith? What is her faith? Is it the same as mine? Because that's part of a successful relationship overall, long term. So you desire to know these things. So what did I do? I asked her friends. I looked her up. I wanted to find out a lot. So I talked to her teachers. And over time, I got to know her very, very much. And because, folks, when you want to draw someone to you, you want to smell the way they like to smell. You don't want them to smell, you don't want to smell anything other than nice. Right? So you want to formulate, you want to change your behavior, you want to change the way you look, change the way you smell to attract that person to you, correct? Okay, well, an audience is quite the same. We need to get to know what they like, what they dislike, what their goals are, their visions. What are the things that bother them? The problems, the trials, the tribulations, and all of that. And we have to give them what they want or need. Now, because we want the best for these folks, we give them the best. We don't give them anything that is harmful to them. We give them what is best for them. We give it to them. Now, once you give it to them, they are drawn to you. Now, once you have them, once they are drawn to you, that's it, right? Let's say you draw someone to you as your wife. That's enough, right? You've done that. Is that all there is? Ladies, is that all there is? Just marry him and that's it. You're my woman. And is that all there is? There better not be. Okay, because if you want that relationship to grow over years, you need to continue to romance that woman. You need to romance and be kind. And research the very things that she wants to do. Right now, my wife and I are in our 50th year. At the end of this year, we're going to do something very, very special. She doesn't know what. And so I am doing research. I'm listening to her. I'm listening for what she says and what she does not say. And by the end of this year, which our anniversary is December 29th. 1973. Okay? And so I'm gonna do it up big. Okay? But I have to listen. Huh? I want to do something that will delight her. The same thing with an audience, folks. We need to research them, love them. You have to love your audience. Repeat that after me. You need to love your audience. Okay? Again, you need to love your audience. And if you love your audience, you're going to do everything you can to attract them to you and to maintain that relationship long term. Amen? Okay. Give them what they want. Listen to them. You do, as far as research, let me try that again. As far as the audience, you need to research. You have to meet them. Now, where do you meet them? If you're on a radio station, if you do a show, if you're a presenter, and you give your name out, over time, the people who listen to you get to know you because they're listening to the things that you say and the things that you say about yourself. And they collect them. They collect these things. So over time, they get to know you very, very well. And they know you, but you don't know them, right? That is called a parasocial relationship. Parasocial relationship. So that if I go into a store, as I'm a DJ, or if I'm a presenter, I go into a store and all of a sudden, someone comes up to me and begins to speak as though I know them. And they talk about my wife, they talk about my daughter, they talk about where I came from, all of this because over years I may have shared that over the radio. But I don't know them. But now the most important thing for a radio station or any other type of media is to close that gap. Parasocial means it's not completely closed because you don't know them. What's important is to close that gap. And I promise you this, if you close that gap, they will be loyal to you forever. Let me say that again. If you close that parasocial gap, if all of a sudden now you meet them and you know more, you know about them, you're going to close that gap. One thing that I just really was very happy about, as we were speaking to the programming folks here at Vision Africa Radio, is how many programs are call-in programs. Because that's one way to get to know your audience, isn't it? You can't get a better way than that, except to meet them in person. Well, now, where do you meet them in person? If you do remotes, if you're doing sports, if you have your DJs, if you have your radio people around, where the people get to actually shake their hands, that closes the parasocial gap. Fairs, concerts, churches, and where they know what you do, and they know how much you care about them, and how much you are their friend. It's one of the most fulfilling things as a broadcaster that I've ever had to do. I had a situation where just this happened in a Bible bookstore, and I was there for a business purpose, and I spoke very loudly, and in a kitty corner across the room, I heard a lady scream, "Tom Pollock!" Tom was my air name. There was another Chuck at the radio station, so I took the name Tom. So I look out of the corner of my eye, and here's this lady dragging two children behind her, and she's beginning to talk even before she gets to me. And she's saying all these things about my daughter, and wishing that, and also talking about her husband, who I don't know. And meanwhile, I'm wondering, where did I know this person from? Did that ever happen to you? Where someone comes up to you and says, "Oh," and they begin to talk, and you have no idea who this person is. Am I right? And so it's going through my mind. I'm, oh, man. What? And then she finally says at the very end, she says, Tom, I'm so glad to have met you. I had never met her. But God spoke to my heart and said, remember that. Remember that. Because people who are listening to you on radio, watching your media, they have needs. They're real people, as Joseph Kebby said. They're real flesh and blood people, and they want relationship. And they have a parasocial relationship with you, but they want a real one. And so for any radio station or media work, you try to get your staff people out to these places where they can meet people. The next group, now that's the audience. Next is your stakeholders. These are clients or supporters of the work that you're doing. Now remember, there are three of them. In fact, I can even call them a three-legged stool. If you take one leg away from a three-legged stool, what happens? Yeah, it falls down, doesn't it? It can't stand without the three legs. So in this case, you have the stakeholders. Now, who are they? They're the clients. They're the people who buy advertising time on your radio station. Perhaps they're people that you are producing a film for or a video work. These are people that they make it possible. Or maybe your supporters. Basically, if you're clients, you need to care for the success of your client. It's not just getting the money and running home. We need to care for their success. They're making it possible. So we need to pray, first of all. We need to pray for them, by all means. And in a sense, we need to become their staff, not formally, but we need to do the best we can, the best we possibly can for their success to be realized. But a thing that we do. And we have to do it with a clean heart, with a real heart, because clients can tell if you're faking. Am I right? All right, so you have to do it with a clean heart. You have to know, and you have to care for them, and you have to do everything you can. And that's another reason why we need to know everything about our clients as well as our audience. Do I hear an amen? All right, now also you have supporters. In some radio stations or works and whatever, you have supporters, people who donate to whatever you're doing so that it can be accomplished, and they believe in you. They believe in the work that you're doing. But we need to care about them as well. We need to challenge their faith. Now, what does that mean? If we ask people to support us, and what we are doing will have a greater effect, much greater than ourselves, then we need not to be shy about asking people who feel the same way to share with you, or to share with you in the financial responsibility to get that done. Because it takes money, doesn't it? So we need to challenge their faith. It takes faith for me to give anybody money. All right? If I give someone money because I believe in what they're doing, in faith, I'm giving them money. I don't know whether they're going to succeed. Right? So it basically, they're joining in faith with you. We need to minister to them. They are a member of our team. In whatever project we have, we need to minister to them, find out about them, pray for them, care sincerely about them, and report to them. Speak a lot. Talk to them a lot. Let them know how the money that you gave them, or they gave to you rather, that what it's doing. How far along are you? Are you using their money that the Lord gave them? How is it going? So you need to report to them. Give them more information is much better than less. More is better than less. Leave nothing unsaid, even if you're being challenged at that moment. Even if you failed a bit, let them know that. Because they'll pray for you, or they'll care for you, and they'll know that you're honest enough to keep up with them. And finally on that area, allow them to speak into what you're doing. Now, if they're your client, of course, they have a right to speak into what you're doing because it's for them. But even if you're doing something that's general, a radio program, a video program, or whatever, let them speak into that ministry. You know, I just loved it. And something else that happened here at Vision Africa just yesterday. I think that was yesterday, where Bishop Sunday had all of the preachers that have programs on Vision Africa Radio and had them there. And he not only wanted to report to them, but also he ended it all with saying, okay, now we have spoken. Now, please share with us good things, bad things, areas where we can improve. Please, we want to hear from you. And he was very genuine. He really, really wanted to know. And they stood up and they said some hard things. But yet at that point, folks, that parasocial relationship closes. And you get the loyalty of your clients and your supporters in a way that you would never get it any other way. And finally, co-laborers, that's management and staff. Now, we've talked about servant leadership. We need to challenge our staff to professionalism. We need to raise the bar. We need to demand excellence of the people we work with. Not in a mean way, not in a difficult way, but in a very encouraging way. Believing that every time that we give them constructive criticism, they will get better. And they will be a better producer, a better media person. We need to stretch their faith. to believe that it's going to be that we need to give them goals that are even just a little bit higher than themselves. Because how many of you know that that's where we learn a lot? We learn a lot when we have goals within the confines of our capabilities, but we really learn when it's just one step beyond that, so we can reach up and exercise what we know and what we do, and so we can then take possession of it and feel good about what we've done. We as leaders, we need to challenge their faith. I'm sorry, and we need to, yes, right, yeah. We need to establish community. We need to establish community. Again, just as we did for the clients, we need to talk a lot to our staff. They need to know what's going on. If you want them to follow your vision and give you all that they've got and work very hard, they need to be on board with your vision. You need to tell them. Tell them even the good things and perhaps even the bad things, so that they can coalesce around you as a team, that we're going to fight this, we're going to make this work, no matter what. No matter what the issues, we're going to make it work. So we need to communicate. Now, also, the staff, those of us who work for someone, sometimes there are times when we work for the bosses that we would like. We may not like the way that they manage us. They may be blind in some areas. They may be. However, we know that the best way to succeed is to follow this. We need to have respect for the manager's role. They are responsible at the end of the day. They are responsible for the success or the defeat of that particular project. We need to have respect for it, for the office, no matter who holds that office. Now can I hear someone say amen? Yeah, because hear me, if you're good, you may very well be in that role of a manager someday, and you'll want the support and the respect of the people that work under you. You need to pray. We need to pray for leadership. We need to devote our prayer to leadership. And if we don't like what he's doing, pray for him. Pray for him. God can change anything. Amen? And so ask the Father, hey, I don't like that. If there's something wrong with me, let me know. If there's something wrong with him, change him. And we need to give it all we've got. All we've got. Everything. We have a saying in America that you put the pedal to the metal. What does that mean? When you're driving a car, you have the accelerator, right? And that means just putting the pedal, gas pedal, to the floor. You need to go fast. You need to give it everything. Leave nothing. Nothing. Leave it all, another saying, leave it all on the field. Right? And finally, again, we need to communicate. We need to communicate. So within that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, there isn't anything we can't do. There ain't anything we cannot do if we devote ourselves, if we take care of the three groups in the organizations that we live in. If we have the faith, if we have the heart, and if we really, really want to succeed and are not afraid of hard work, that success will come your way. I'm awfully glad to be here. I'm awfully glad that for our teaching staff, I want to say thank you for being an attentive audience. I want to say thank you for being a part of this media world here in Umuahia, Nigeria. And thank you for inviting us. God bless you.
Mr. Chuck, don't go anywhere. How many times have you come to Nigeria? Is it 10, 11, 12 times? I've never met a non-Nigerian that's come to Nigeria as much as him. Please, let's give a round of applause for Dr. Chuck Pollock. Thank you. Thank you. Well, we've come to our last presentation. And our last presentation is going to be presented by a very key partner of Vision Africa, someone who's been partnering and working with Vision Africa for many, many, many years. He is a professor of mass communication with teaching experience in mass communication spanning 30 years. He has taught at 11 institutions, and he was the former HOD at Abia State University. He also worked at Abia State Polytechnic in Aba. And he also worked at a number of universities across Nigeria. Please, everyone, give a warm, warm welcome for Professor Uche.
I want to say a very big good afternoon to Vision Africa, particularly the visionary of Vision Africa, a very great man in the person of Bishop Sunday Onuoha. I want you to give him a round of applause. I want to say I'm part of this family. From the first time we were configuring the equipment for Vision Africa at Dam Great Hotel, I was there at onset. I want to appreciate all of you, Dr. Pollack, and all others who have been here. And every year since this event started, I have been here. I'm privileged to be here. And I'm so happy to be here. I respect Bishop Onuoha so strongly, and that is why I find it great always coming around to be here with you. I bring you special greetings from my university, the Gregory University Uturu, where I'm the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academics, and they bring love to every one of you here. I'm glad to be here, particularly. I want us to just say one thing to ourselves. Let there be peace in my heart. Let there be peace in my home. Let there be peace in the nation. And let there be peace in the world. It's like a song. We are going to sing it. You just say it with me. Let there be peace in my heart. Peace in my home. Peace in the nation and the world. Can we sing it? Let there be peace in my heart. Peace in my home. Peace in the nation and the world. Can we sing it? Let there be peace in my heart. Peace in my home. Peace in the nation and the world. One more time. Let there be peace in my heart. Peace in my home. Peace in the nation and the world. Put your hand together for yourself. I'm a teacher, so I'm going to combine both singing and analysis. Because I'm talking about the issue of peace. If there is no peace, we won't be here today. If there is no peace, you can't practice journalism. If there's no peace, our brethren who came from far will not be in Nigeria today. And that is why peace is very critical even in the practice of journalism. And my advocacy today is the fact that we need peace journalism to consolidate democracy, both in our heart, both in our home, both in the nation and in the world. And the message we need in the now in our world is the message of peace. Because our world today can be described as an atomistic society perpetually at conflict with itself. And this conflict, you can find it everywhere. Even this afternoon, we we had conflict with rain, which is weather conflicts. We have intellectual conflicts. We have international conflicts. We have various kinds of conflicts in our society. And this basis of conflict can be intrapersonal. And that is why you see some people, out of hopelessness of life, can decide to kill themselves. And we have indices of suicide that have been committed by young ones because there is no peace. We have economic conflicts. Cost of fuel in Nigeria suddenly increased. And I know that many people who have come to this program, but for the fact that they do not have what? The money to be able to be here. So there is conflict everywhere. And our society is going through a lot of conflict. There's conflict in our soul. Many people do not have personal relationship with God. And they are in real conflicts. They are going through a lot of pains in their hearts. A lot of cases of divorce at very high rates in the world. And I want to tell most of us who are journalists, particularly those who are in the radio industry and television, that most people find solace for peace and comfort, and they find it just with their radio set or with their smartphone, because they have become their best of companion. I will agree with me. That is why anybody who must manage these channels or ancillaries of information dissemination should be somebody who should give peace and hope to our generation. Because we live in a changing world and things are changing. And we cannot afford not to change. But it takes a changed journalist. It takes a peaceful journalist to be able to change the world. If you are a crisis-reading journalist, you can change your world. If you are a journalist who has no peace in his heart, you cannot change the world. And that's why I want to tell you that journalism is not an all-comers affair. Why are we having crisis in our system is because citizen journalism cannot be said to be professional journalism. Because you have a smartphone doesn't make you a professional. You are not a journalist. And I have been saying it from time to time. At various fora where I've spoken to NUJ and others, I've told them that you carry this phone and send out citizen journalism doesn't make you a journalist. You must be trained in the etiquettes and the rudiments and the principles of journalism for you to understand how to handle this equipment. That is why people are trained to be medical doctors. If not, anybody can carry scissors and begin to dissect the body. But no, you must pass through the first MB, second MB, third MB clinicals before you can be called a medical doctor. Why should profession of communication, journalism, be treated with such, level of levity and think anybody can come and report? That's why they could call a whole deputy governor Herod, because they don't seem to understand what Herod means. And that is why there is the challenge on media practitioners who are the purveyors of society, who are involved in socialization, who are involved in the transmission of heritage and values, to be so trained in the arts of the capability of doing what? Of being able to be peace channels to transmit peace in our generation of today. And therefore, those who are involved in journalism practice must be those who should be carriers and channels of peace. And what do I mean by peace journalism? It is a conscious effort where a journalist, editors, reporters decide consciously to choose what to report. And it should be that which should be that will enhance what? Enhance peace in our society. That should put peace on tables of nations and communities. That of arbitration, that of negotiation, that of reconciliation. We find it everywhere that there's trouble and war But the problem we have is that the journalists found the embers of this disunity. The journalists even have to heighten it because some journalists believe that journalism is about cash and carry. If you think journalism is about cash and carry, go to the market and begin to buy and sell. You are not part of professional journalism because it is a corporate social responsibility. And that is why you are responsible to people in society. And above all, you are responsible to God because you are the conscience of society. That is why if you are in journalism, you belong to what? Ministry of Information. Why do you think it's called ministry? You are God's minister. From today, begin to know that if you are practicing journalism, you are a minister. Hello? You are a minister. Is it not called Ministry of Information? What is ministry? So for those of you who are involved in such profession, like medical doctors, like journalists, you are in ministry. And you must exercise your corporate social responsibility by knowing that you owe God the duty in whatever report you write. And for posterity, you are going to be judged for whatever thing you are doing. And that's why you should be unbiased. That is why you should not take sides. That's why you should pursue for peace. The world is turning to a point where if journalists are not careful, we will soon blow up this world. But generations are looking up to us to see that we do the right thing. Because there are also people who are sent into the journalism profession who are also pursuing a satanic agenda. That is why when you go into your smartphone and you are looking at a very clean site on your smartphone, you see suddenly a pornography site comes up without your permission. Those are agents of Satan pursuing a satanic journalism agenda. And that is where you, who is paid by God in the ministry of journalism, should be able to do what? To wipe them out from society. Because you are just like some of us who are teachers. And that's why I feel for some of us who are in journalism who think that journalism is all about, pecuniary things. If you are not being paid so heavily, you leave the job. Sorry for you. Because your conscience should judge you for leaving that profession. Some of you have been very wonderful talents and you were blessing people, giving peace to hearts, saving so many people from committing suicide. I listened to some programs in Vision Africa talking about secret something. I mean, there's a program on Vision, sad secrets. I know how many people have been saved just by the testimonies of such programs. People who are about to commit suicide, have to retrace their step. And they were saved from such situation. And suddenly, because you felt some other people are playing in some stations where they're playing jargons, garbage in and garbage out, and you left the station, I pray God to cause you to repent and return. I'm begging you. I know what I'm saying. I'm not only a professor, I'm a prophet too. So, to be honest, people should be able to know that there are things you get into. God blesses you, not because of the money you get from it, but because you are saving society. That's why when you see some of us teachers, I see some of my students, when they see me, they say, you are looking younger than before. Yes, it's God that always us because we are walking this thing. And they look older than us because we keep being, being renewed from day to day. That's how you see those of you who are practicing peace journalism, you will continually be renewed from day to day. The problem is that there are people in our society who will not want peace journalism to thrive because they are ombudsmen who have made themselves authority, who sponsor even unrest and conflict in society. And some of them may be top government officials, not in Abia State, maybe in some other state. They promote it. Even internationally, they promote it. And make sure there is unrest. And because those people have no conscience of God in them, that's why we need people who have God conscience to be involved in such processes so that you can counter such issues to allow peace to reign. We also know where some people who have given themselves as journalists to say the truth are killed, are maimed, or in one way or the other, they are denied what they should get. Those things can be hindrances that can affect you by speaking for the truth. But one thing that I will always tell you is that anyone who stands for the truth will always win at the end of the day, because truth cannot be hidden. Any man who also stands to fight for truth and peace in journalism will always stand the test of time. I do not want to take much because I'm not even touching what I have written. But the documents are there. I don't want to go through them because if I go there, I'll be speaking atomistic, the society and conflict, although big grammar. But I wanted to come down to it to just explain. But my paper is there. You will go through it and look at the issues of conflict, peace journalism, and the likes of that. But even if you have not gotten anything from me today, know it and know it well that you have a pivotal role as a journalist to promote peace in society. That is what our world of today needs, because our world is an atomistic world at conflict with itself, because that is the end-time agenda, to put this world at points of destruction. But because I and others are here, it's not yet time until we depart this place. The world must be at peace. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Please, can we do another round of applause for Prof? Wow. 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 Well said and well articulated. So I would just like to invite our speakers from today. So Jeff, Stan, Dr. Pollock, if you can make your way, unless I'm forgetting anyone else, please make your way to the stage for our Q&A section. Dr. Pollock, Mr. Stan, is he around? Stan? Oh, I see him. Wow, and wearing trad. Please give them a round of applause as they make their way. Wow, outfit change. I didn't even know. Wow. And if there's a way, can we move the podium from this middle spot? Okay, we'll leave the podium. So I received a lot of questions today, so just bear with me. But I will start by asking a question for all of you. No. I'll start by asking a question for you three going this way. People, I got maybe 3, 4, 5 questions asking this question. What is your preferred software or mean or modes for 1, photo editing, and 2, video editing? So if you can just say the name of the app or the software you use, that's your preference for 1, photo editing, and 2, video editing.
Okay. All right. My favorite for using for photo editing is 100% without a doubt. I like to use Adobe Lightroom. It is the one that I go to 100% of the time. I use it on both desktop and mobile, and it does start off free on the mobile one, and you can purchase add-ons and things like that. The one on desktop is a bit more, but I mean, as a professional, that's the one I use. And then for video, I use pretty much just desktop for that, so I use Adobe Premiere Pro. Adobe Rush, which I showed on the screen, is just a slightly simpler version of Premiere Pro that also is allowed on mobile devices.
Everyone needs to know what their limitations are. Everyone needs to stay in their lanes. This is not my lane. However, when I do editing, it's Premiere Pro. And I don't do photo editing.
I say pretty much what Dr. Chuck said. I don't do photo editing, but I do editing, video editing on Premiere Pro. However, I am looking for simpler versions so that I can edit faster. And I'm looking at VN editing, and Premiere Rush, right? Premiere Rush. So there are a lot of options out there.
Thank you. There are definitely a lot of options out there, and I think that's why we got so many questions asking what you personally like to use. So these next few questions are actually directed towards Jeff. I'm so sorry. Someone wanted to know the difference between, was it pan and truck video or picture? If you could explain what the difference is and how you actually use that.
Yes, I can. It's actually probably easier for me to demonstrate. So, Maddie, can I get you to come up here for the audience? Just right here, and I'll take the camera. So, let's say I'm the camera operator right here, and Maddie, if you can stand right there. Okay. So panning is if she's walking past me, I'm staying still and moving with her like this. So the camera's following her from left to right or right to left, and I as a camera operator am standing still. Truck is this, where if she's moving, I'm moving with her. So the camera is actually what's moving left to right. A little just tip for those, if you don't have a gimbal, something to stabilize it during those movements, what you should do is actually use your knees like this. I wouldn't go and do large movements. I would actually have this here, and say if they're starting on this side where Maddie is, I would use my knees and just try to use them as shock absorbers. I don't do steps, because as soon as I do steps, I introduce a lot of shaky video. So using your knees like this to move with it should help.
Thank you. That was a very good clarification between pan and truck video styles. Jeff, there were two more questions that people had for you. I'll combine them both. The first question was, when you're taking close shots, are there any maybe one or two things to consider when you're taking a close photo or close video? Maybe you're just taking it quickly and you need to remember one or two things. What are those one or two things that someone should remember? The second question someone had for you was, they need to take a video of themselves for a job interview. Would you recommend a vertical or a horizontal video?
I'll actually answer the second one first, because that's top of mind right now. I would probably do that one in horizontal. More than likely, they're going to be sharing that across email with any other decision maker or somebody who's looking to hire you. So I would shoot that in horizontal, because more than likely, they're not going to be hiring you, unless you're trying to do a job for Instagram. The other question was close shots, and two things that I have in mind when I'm doing close shots. First is the lens that I'm using. So if I'm trying to get a close shot, I want something that's going to have really, really good focus. If it's going to be a close shot, I want the focus to be perfect on exactly what I want it to be. Second is space, kind of like what I was saying for composition. Space is not just the space that you have around the detail shot that you're giving, but if I'm doing a shot right here of Bishop Sunday Anoha, and I'm trying to get his eye, I don't want to be this close. That's invading his personal space. I'd probably have a lens that can make sure that I'm closer and not be invading his personal space.
Thank you so much for that. Now, these next two questions are directed towards Dr. Chuck and Mr. Stan. Someone wants to know the basic things or tips you all would consider while telling a humanitarian angle of a story in order to attract aid. So what would be the things to consider when you're telling a humanitarian story and you want to attract aid, help, and support? What should someone do?
Well, there's something that I mentioned, entertainment education. Remember that? Now, what that is is that you are infusing your story, your script, with the angle that you want to get across. So, for example, if you want to highlight the plight of the homeless, people with no home, then in your story you would feature within that story a homeless person, and that you would make them a very sympathetic figure. And in the meantime, you have the opportunity to show in the real time of the movie what their conditions are. So, and that's with any type of what's the word I'm looking for? Content. Any thing that any idea that you feel very strongly about, as far as society is concerned. You can then develop that into a script, but I want you to realize something before I hand it to this guy, Stan. And that is, I want you to understand that there is no bad person necessarily. There is no hero in a story, really. It's their background. It's the way they look at it. I think you really hurt your communication objective if you make a person who disagrees with you as a dastardly person, someone who's horrible, someone who has no heart. But it's important for you as a script writer, as you write it, to bring out some of the laudable aspects, the good aspects of everyone in that movie. Okay?
So just to remember the question was asking, when you're telling a story from a humanitarian angle and you are sharing this with people that would possibly be able to support or give aid, what are some tips and tricks you would give to the person that's getting that story?
When you're doing a humanitarian aid story, there are several things that I keep in mind. Number one, you've got to show the need. Why are you concerned about this problem or this issue? You need to show it visually. You need to describe it. There are many ways, creative ways of doing that. Show the need, then show the solution. What are you doing or proposing to do to help? It's got to be clear, the activity, the involvement of the organization in solving that problem. And third, I think it's really important, and a lot of news stories lead with this. Third, humanize the story. You can talk about starving, thousands of people starving in, I don't know, just name the country, Darfur or wherever. And you can throw out figures from the United Nations or whatever. That doesn't move people as much as humanizing the story by telling the story of one person or one family or one small group of people. And if a lot of news organizations actually lead their stories with that humanizing element. There's been some horrible disaster. They first go, they may say a few words about the general picture, but they first go to Susan or Jack or somebody who has suffered from the disaster. They tell that person's story, they interview the person, they show what's happened to the person, how he has suffered. And then they go and they show the bigger picture and give statistics. So in humanitarian stories, humanize it by following the story of one person, two people, take them back to where they live, show them their children who are hungry, you know, and then you can show the solution that you're proposing.
Thank you so much for that. I truly believe that will be helpful when people are building their stories. Jeff, I want to come back to you before I ask this final question. Jeff, I think it was your second presentation, you had a lot of photos and examples of photos you had taken. And someone noted one photo of an older woman. She was leaning her head back and kind of leaning against a chair. If you don't remember the picture, it's okay. But the question generally has to do with when you're taking photos, how much of it can or should be staged? Was that picture staged? Do you recommend staging? Or is there a better way?
That is a fantastic question. And I actually remember the exact photo you were mentioning it. I love that photo because that woman was so nice to us. And that was 100% genuine. That was during a medical mission at the hospital that Vision Africa Ministries is building. And it was last year, so they were giving this medical mission. And she was in the waiting area. She was waiting there with everybody else, given a number, waiting for her number to be called. And Maddie and I went around and we're just talking to people and just trying to say, hey, you know, we're here for you. And then we were there just saying, may we take your picture? We were getting permission. Just like I mentioned during the photo storytelling, always ask permission. And then with that, and I think this is a good little tip or trick, really, to being able to get a genuine photo, is when you ask to take somebody's photo, take multiple. And even say you're done with taking the photo, and just right when they have that little release of tension, right then, hit the trigger. Get that next photo. Because then they're not going to be tense. They're not going to be thinking they're getting a portrait of them. It's fantastic right there. As for her, that's exactly what we did. She just released her tension. She put her head back right there because we were on eye level with her as she was sitting in a chair. I can show. What? Oh, yes. Sorry. Another thing that I think is really good if you're asking to take somebody's photo is to then show them the photo afterwards. If you have the time to do that, I highly recommend it.
Thank you. So this is the last question I'll ask you all. We can start this way and go in. I just want to know if, it's not really a question, it's a prompt. I want to ask you to encourage the people here, because the people watching are not only the people that are physically present with us. We have people watching on Zoom, on Facebook, on Instagram, on Zoom, on Facebook, on YouTube, all over the world. And I'm sure they're in all different types of socioeconomic situations. And maybe they are wannabe media personnel. Maybe they're already in the field. Is there any words of encouragement or advice that you would just give to the people watching today?
Absolutely. There are two words of advice. One is maybe God is calling you to do what you're hearing about. And if God is calling you, God will give you everything you need. The second point, though, goes with that. Take the next step. You may be down here in terms of your ability, but move it up a notch. Practice. Move it up another notch. Practice. Ask for help. Ask for counsel. And keep moving. Don't stop. But get out there like we had on the screen several times, different ones of us. Practice, 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 and keep that goal in view, and one day God will allow you to reach that goal and to be what He wants you to be there.
For me, I'm going to be sharing my time with Bishop Sunday because he has a word of encouragement to those who are involved not only here in Nigeria, but also wherever you are right now. Whether you be in Ethiopia, whether you be in South Africa, we have gotten feedback from many countries, by the way, that are watching. And so my encouragement would be to do good work. I know that sounds very simple, but every one of us have the ability. We have the gifts, the talents, the callings to do good work. And God can do many things, but we need to be willing to use those giftings, those talents, those callings, and to work very, very hard. and to seek out the truth and let it be known. And so it's very important to me, and as I share with my students, as I share with media practitioners, do good work.
Okay. I definitely want to say that as a society, we lean towards competition. We lean towards competition in business, in government. We lean towards competition in sports. But when it comes to the creative business, when it comes to this, taking photos, taking videos, we need to be a community. We need to be a community. We need to help each other. If you see somebody take a photo, don't just criticize. Don't be harsh about it. Help them learn. We're always learning. We're learning ourselves. You want to help them learn, better the community around you, better them, and then that way you all together can be raised up as an entire creative industry, not just a creative person.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That actually concludes our Q&A section. So can we just give a warm round of applause to all of our presenters that presented today, yesterday. Thank you. And as Jeff and Stan make their way off the stage, I'll hand the phone to my dad for Chuck and his final charge. Thank you.
This has been good, hasn't it? Now, I can say that I was one of the speakers, but this is all information, experience sharing that can help make what you do that much faster, that much stronger, and to realize your dreams. Frankly, I'm just so impressed. You've heard me say it. I'm so impressed with Vision Africa and Bishop Sunday. I know I'm embarrassing him now, but I do appreciate it. I'm going to ask you to please put your hands together for Bishop Sunday Anoha. Bishop Sunday, as I watch, and this is the 12th time that I've been here. This is the 10th Vision Africa Media Institute. And where does it go from here, sir? And why?
Thank you very much. I have been invited several times to speak in programs, especially where you have younger generation that felt that they should invite you to be a speaker. And most of the times when they invite you, they give you the topic, success in ministry, success in this, success, and I have always accepted. So when I get there, I will tell them that I'm changing the topic. Not success in ministry, but faithfulness in ministry. We live in a world where people are busy looking for success without wanting to be faithful. The scripture says, seek ye first the kingdom of God and the righteousness. Every other thing shall be added unto you. A few days ago, I was with my brother, Slick Revenogo. We were sharing the microwave kind of faith we have these days in our world, where people want it fast, cheap. Where we are going is to propagate faithfulness, for people to learn how to be faithful in little things deposited into their hands. And once we use the media to communicate the gospel, to communicate the message, to strengthen the people, so that you are not looking for success. You are busy looking for faithfulness. And people know it when you are faithful. People know it when you are honest. People know it when you are transparent. People know it when you are faking. And people know it when you are not real. That they ignored you when you are faking does not mean that they do not know. They know. But they decided to ignore you. I encourage you, out of this place, wherever you are, whatever God has committed into your hand, please be faithful. No matter how little it is. I look back to many years ago, about 27 years ago. I came back to Nigeria with medicines and we gave out free medical treatment. You know, Vision Africa has many parts. The medical outreach is one of those big sites. And when I was to go back to America, somebody asked me, Reverend, I thought you are intelligent. I thought you are very brilliant. I said, what is the matter? He said, nobody does what you are doing. You carry all these medicines worth millions. You come over, you give it out free and go back empty-handed. That's not how these kinds of things are done. And I asked, how is it done? He said, when you get into Lagos, we take it over from you. You tell us how much it costs. We give you the money. You go back. We give you some pictures to show. Now, if I had done that 27 years ago, you will not be seated here. Your faithfulness is big fortune for others tomorrow. When I give you a note and somebody sees your note is from Bishop Onoha, they will believe you. I have tried as a Christian and as a believer to be faithful in what God has committed into my care. And I do it honorably because I know that there are many people whose fortunes and tomorrow will be dependent upon what I say and what I do not say. What I did and what I did not do. So, if there is something you're expecting me to say and I didn't say it, just know that I didn't say it because of you. If there are things you thought I would do and I refuse to do it, just know that there are millions of people. And so, where we are going is to raise thousands and thousands of Africans who will be intentional about character, who will know that character rewards, that faithfulness rewards, that honesty rewards, that there is no regret in being faithful. If there is any pain, it will be temporary. That is where we are going.
Wow. I love that. I love that. Be faithful in little things. In little things. When Vision Africa began, the radio station was not very big. Could you give us just a quick history of how it's grown?
Oh, it's an interesting thing. No, Vision Africa is 26 years old, but the radio is about 20 years. So Vision Africa, that is the mother that gave birth to the radio, is the big body. I could remember when I told my friends and board members that I have the vision and passion to start radio. I tell you, some of them resigned because some could not understand why somebody doing his doctoral work in Texas, how is he going to get millions to start a radio station? I could remember when I made a call to an authority in Nigeria to talk to him, and that is then the governor of Abia, Dr. Joseph Okalo, what God has laid in my heart to do. Somebody, he never knew he had not switched off his phone. I heard big laughter, and I didn't drop the phone again. I wanted to know why the laughter is all about. The person said, Your Excellency, I thought you are so intelligent. How can Reverend do you 419 radio? How is it possible? You know how much it takes to get license? What it takes? He was analyzing everything. Dr. Joseph Kalu said, well, he has not asked me to give him anything. He only asked me to give him land. So I will give him land. If he's not doing it, I will take back my land. So at the beginning, it was tough. It was rough. And God knows your heart. And it was during that process that President Obasanjo appointed me into his cabinet. When every person was busy looking for contract. Till today, I've never done one contract with government anywhere. 1 naira contract I've never done anywhere. And everybody was pursuing everything. Seek ye first the kingdom of God and the righteousness. I told him, Baba, I have applied to MBC and I need radio license. He said, Reverend, count it done. And he approved this license you have here. So, God navigated me into the presidency to get this license for you. Wherever you are, ask God, why am I here? Let God tell you why you are here. Others may be running like anything. God must have a reason and a purpose for asking you to be where you are. And like my former boss, Obasanjo said, President Obasanjo said, he said, nothing ventured, nothing learned. The only thing you can do is to say no. My own business is to make a request. You can say no, you can say yes. But if I don't ask, who knows if you will say yes? Don't be afraid to ask. As long as you are not asking for any selfish reasons, may it never be personal. Build people, build character, build institution. Let people rise from you. Brother Slick is here. Ogo, he developed Abia Anthem. Stand up, please. I have to recognize you properly. That's the Slick. Come over here, sir. It's always good to celebrate talents. Allah Agoziri. That's the one. He wrote it for Abia people. Come on, please. And wherever you see talent, you celebrate it, you encourage it. He is a great brain. And for those of you who have been watching Vision Africa Icon from the beginning till now, he has been a brain behind me, making sure we do it right. Brother Slick, God bless you for what you are doing. Want to make a comment? I didn't take permission, but he has to.
Oh my God. My Lord Bishop, I just came to be blessed, and I'm sure I have been blessed. I have learned so much from all the speakers that came all the way from America and from my brother, Professor Uche. I've learned so much, and I'm just brooding over the things I've learned, because the scripture says, be ye doers of the word, not just hearers alone, deceiving yourselves. So I'm just brooding over them to know how to go out there and begin to apply them. Something Professor said, he said, we have corporate social responsibility. And that's a very important assignment for every journalist, for every broadcaster. So we have taken in so much. But to cap it all with this apt message that you just gave, faithfulness in the little that God has given into your hands. That you must be found faithful in that little, so that much more will be committed into your hands. I must say, I am mightily blessed. Thank you so much for all that you are doing and for all that you are yet going to do. Thank you so much.
I called him out because I know in Abia and in this part of the world, God has blessed so many people with many talents. What we need is to encourage them, lift them up. If there is anything that I will do with Dr. Governor Alex Oti, I will help him to identify talents. Bless them. Bless the talents. We have them in Abia. When I decided to run for governorship, it's not because I'm looking for food. It's not because I'm hungry. It's because I'm passionate about the hunger I see in the villages when we go for medical outreach. You go to the orphanage, you see the number of orphans in the orphanage. You go to Afara prisons. We have dozens of people in Afara prison writing WAEC because of Vision Africa. We have dozens in Afara prisons writing their degree in Afara because of Vision Africa. There is something we can do to transform the society. Nani nyaka kegi, nani nyaka kegi, okiyenke chineke geme, site na inyaka kegi. There is something you can do when you live here. Don't think that it is small. Wherever you are, everywhere in the world, there is something you can do to touch lives, to touch the society. Our world is hurting. People are crying, and they're looking for somebody to give them that relevant message in a changing world. Because our world is ever changing every day. You wake up, what you thought you know, you no longer know it. What you think you have in your hand, it evaporates. The money you think you have in your bank, it becomes nothing. But there is a relevant message. And for me, who is a man of faith. That relevant message for me comes from my own God. And it is that love we are called about to share to every human being. And I will sing that song that I love so much. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Anywhere you go. Hold on.
You know, this is the last thing that I'm going to share, but I think it's very important, especially not only for the people here in the tent and people who have attended here in Umuahia in Nigeria, but also everybody who's listening and watching here online. To whom much is given, much is required. Much is required. And so I have seen, God bless Vision Africa. I've seen many miracles happen in growth. I appreciate the heart of Bishop Sunday. But here's the thing, folks. Bishop Sunday, he knows the requirements that he has because he's been blessed. And he is giving out. We are here today as part of that. That God has blessed Vision Africa Radio with so much, so very much. And the Media Institute is one way of pouring out. And so I want to encourage those. Who? James? James? Jane? Yeah. Jane, if you'll come to the podium, please. I want to encourage those who are watching today. What's in your hand? What is in your hand? What is it, the gifts, talents, and callings that God invested in you while you were still in your mother's womb? That he gave it to you to fulfill his will through you. Is it radio? Is it television? Is it internet? What is it? And what are the gifts that you have that will see it through? Have faith in God. Use the gifts. And as I've said before, do good work, because there are plenty of people who will come alongside once we take the step of faith. God bless you.
I invite all our speakers, the Wilsons, Dr. Jeta, Ife, Prof. Uwoma. The MBC is, I don't know if MBC is here. Okay, very good. Is the Director General of MBC here back? They went to somewhere. Great. Is Susan here? Okay, they're not back. They went somewhere. Let me thank all of you, the MBC. Jeff and Madi, thank you for your faithfulness. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you for your dedication. I belong to the same local church congregation with them in Dallas, Texas. So we are glad you are here. God continue to bless your work and continue to strengthen two of you. And Ife, thank you very much for coming up to cause problem yesterday. And we appreciate the problem you created, which is positive problem. And it's good to manage it. So if you are listening to Professor Uwoma, come this side so that I can explain what I was trying to say. If you were listening to him today, Professor Uwoma was the teacher of Ife. So it's the Professor Uwoma that caused the problem yesterday. Not actually Ife. It is the person who caused the problem. Because if the student has learned, it means the teacher has taught. So you can see what happens when you build people. So if Professor Mohoma was irresponsible, today, you will see him win today. But was a very good teacher. And I want to thank you, Prof, for all these years of great work together. Stan, I want to thank you for making it possible for you to come. We were together in Orlando about 10 days ago for the NRB, and it was a great time, great, wonderful time. Stan, you represent so much in the global community. And for you to come here humbly, simply, means a lot to me. We started this conversation some time ago. And for Dr. Chuck Pollock, who indeed has been a friend and a family have been my friend, I want to sincerely thank you for these years of friendship. When my people ask me questions in America, there are some questions they will ask us. Ask them to call Chuck. It makes life easier for me. So I want to thank you for what you've done with Vision Africa here, Vision Africa in America. And let me thank the Vision Africa team, COO Sarafina, the manager, Uncle C. Please, all the Vision Africa members, just rise. Let's put hands together for all of you. For all the hard work you all have done to put all this together. When you come to this stage, because we want to celebrate them, that's why you have all their pictures on this stage. So I want to thank all of you for your work. I don't know if you want me to thank this, my little baby girl. Jen, you've made us proud. I love you, girl. I honestly appreciate your commitment. Jen comes to Nigeria as if she was just going to the back door. She was in Nigeria a few months ago and went back, and I know it's going to be a little bit tough in the next 3 years with your new thing you are entering. But we still find a window to make it possible. So thank you, and God bless you for me and make you greater than me. I want to thank all our viewers. Wherever you are in the world, you are part of this process, you are part of this success. And we're looking forward to a continued partnership. Nigeria is a sending nation. The news from Nigeria should not just be news of evil and the problem. Here from Nigeria, we are going to raise men and women all over Africa to do great work. We are Vision Africa, sharing God's love. Let me invite my brother Slick to come and say closing prayer. He's a reverend, Reverend Ogwo. If he's not there, the wife is also a minister. When the wife sings, you will celebrate. So let me ask her to come, not only to pray, but just one of your greatest songs. You sing it and pray. You know that song? Which one? Okay. She will make a choice. When she sings it, you will remember.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for the great teachings you have given us today and yesterday as well. Thank you, everybody, for watching. My God, don't give me oversized blessing, no. Oh, no. If you've been blessed, to stand up. I've been blessed, and we've been told today that we are all ministers. Wherever we see ourselves, we are ministers of God in our workplaces. And as we go today, live the life of a minister. Shall we pray? Father in heaven, we thank you for such an amazing time in your presence. Thank you for the gifts you've given us through these teachings. Thank you for understanding. Thank you for retentive memory. Thank you for the grace to put everything we have learned into action. Thank you, oh God, for the new ideas burning in our minds and for the great things that will be birthed out of this event today. Lord, we return all the glory unto you in the name of Jesus. Lord, we pray for our facilitators. We ask for your blessings upon them and upon their families. We ask for more knowledge, Lord, as they travel back. We ask for safety, Lord, for provision from all over. For your word says, oh God, that as we give, it shall be given unto us, good measure, pressed down, shaking together. Let it be so unto us in the name of Jesus. Lord, Vision Africa shall grow and increase in leaps and bounds, Lord. Vision Africa shall be birthed, oh Lord. Vision Africa Radio shall be birthed in different countries and in different nations of the world. In the name of Jesus Christ. Thank you for answering us. For it's in Jesus' mighty name we prayed. Amen.
It is so good he was not around.
One of us must have a last say. Words like dagger, we try to hurt each other.
One last announcement. If you are remaining here because you're waiting for your certificate, wait, we have certificates coming. So if you need certification or proof you attended. Just wait. Madam Serafina will be passing them out in the next 5-10 minutes.